Hi guys, welcome to today's demo. Now, with this particular demo, we're going to be looking at how to design anthropomorphic animals, right? So, that is, we're going to be designing animal-based characters. Now, what this really means when we're dealing with an anthropomorphic animal is that we are giving human traits to an animal. Now, it's really important to remember that when we're dealing with something like that, it's not just simply taking the human, removing the head, and then simply kind of pasting on an animal head, or vice versa. This is not what we want. What we want is to inject human qualities or human-like qualities into an animal. So obviously, most animals that we're dealing with are going to be quadrupeds. What we want to do is we want to carry over what would be human traits. So the easiest visual human traits is going to be the fact that humans are bipedal. So we want to take this four-legged creature and we want to somehow imbue it with just two legs, so it becomes bipedal. We also want to be able to give it hands, right, or things that are similar to hands. So this is what we're going to be doing in this particular demo. We're going to be taking a couple of animals and we're going to be imbuing them with human traits. And again, this is really important. We want to give them human traits. We're not transplanting, let's say, the animal head onto the human body, right? We want to add those elements that what makes, visually human. We want to give those to an animal. So as far as how we're going to approach it, I've got on this side the steps that I intend to use, as well as the animals I've chosen. So obviously the steps are quite straightforward. We're going to first pick our animal, in which case I've already picked a pug, a rabbit, and a crab. So I'm going to work with those three. All right, fairly different types of animal. Definitely the crab is a very different animal than your usual sort of run-of-the-mill quadrupeds. In itself is it's a crustacean. Obviously has more than 4 legs and so on. So it should be pretty easy to do. Now, typically when we do these, when we're creating characters, we also want to pick a culture, right? Because we don't want to just create these creatures. We want to imbue them with a sense of history. We want to imbue them with, something that's kind of fun. So that's why I have this in a little asterisk, because the way that we're going to do this today is that we're going to start with the characters first, almost as if they're naked, and then we're going to dress them afterwards. This way, it allows me to run through a little bit more about the anatomy, or how we might tackle issues with the anatomy, without having things that are obstructed by armored plates, clothing, and things like that. So of course, after we pick our animal, we pick our culture, we're then going to be heading down into number 3, which is gathering our references, finding our references and so on. And in this case, I have my reference board already made. So I have my pug, my rabbit or my hare, and then I have my crabs. All right, so pretty straightforward again, nice and easy to deal with. I've got this projected onto another screen, so I'm going to be turning this off pretty soon as I start drawing, because this is going to be on the second monitor. And the other thing you'll see here is number 4 is when we get started to draw. Now, even within this, I've started to break this down into a series of steps of what I might want to do and the order to which I want to do them in. So obviously I want to block out my creatures first. I want to block them out because I want to make sure that form-wise, the mass and everything, stuff like that, that it looks good, right? That it looks solid, that my center line, my center of gravity for these characters are dialed in. I'll talk a little bit more about them as I start to draw them. I'll draw all 3 at once as well. So that way you'll see me kind of jumping around between ideas and fixing things. Obviously later on we want to check perspective, because we want to make sure that everything we draw is in perspective. And then finally, well, not finally, I guess second last, we want to check our references. That is, we want to be constantly going back and forth between our drawing and our references to see if we are still on track. If at any point, regardless of what you're drawing, whether you're following this demo or you're doing a different demo or you're doing your own exercises, at any point, if you ever don't know anything, that is, if you're not sure what something looks like, if you're not sure how to draw it, stop what you're doing. and go find some reference images. Right? Don't try and guess. If you try and guess, it's, it may or may not work. It's kind of like a 50-50 chance. We don't really want that, and it adds a whole lot of stress, right? You don't need to redesign a belt buckle. You don't need to redesign bootstraps and or watches and things like that. If you don't know how to draw something, just go look it up, right? It's really, really easy, especially now with access to high-speed internet. It's really fast to find things out. Or better yet, buy books or find it. Go to secondhand bookstores, go to libraries that are selling older books. I have quite a large large sort of library, paper library, or I guess hard media library, where I have books on cottages, books on little I have a whole book on just different hairstyles, and so it's really nice to be able to reference those things. So whenever you're not sure about what to do, or if you in so much as you don't know how to draw something, check your references or go find new references. And of course, finally, we want to check our line work and our line weight. That is what we're drawing readable, right? Is it legible? It's kind of like handwriting. If someone looks at it, can they read what you've written down? No, in our case, can they understand what you've drawn? Right? That's a very important part. It's all well and good to have really cool ideas, really cool concepts, but we have to make sure that we can communicate those concepts across. So anyway, back to this. We have our three animals, a pug, a rabbit, and a crab. So what I might do is I might say, in terms of the culture, I might make our pug, let's say, some form of Gothic knight. Right, something like that. My rabbits tend to be kind of peaceful. So it'd be kind of fun if I made a Viking rabbit. So it's kind of like that nice contrast between saying that's very visually, in terms of entertainment, we think very vicious, big burly barbarian sort of thing, and then having that contrast with a rabbit, which we generally see as kind of docile and really peaceful. And then for the crab is kind of this weird looking thing. Obviously it lives underwater. This is world that's that we don't really get that much contact with. It's a little bit alien, but the crab has these nice sort of armored sections to it. So I don't know, I'm thinking some form of armored knight, right? Or maybe something, let's say a Roman legionary. I think that would work really well, right? You can imagine them marching in ranks, they're fully armored up. So I think this is a nice sort of mix. We've got something that's kind of more sort of animalistic, I guess, and a little bit more salt of the earth. We got something that's quite relative to our understanding of things that are in the past, something that's kind of very iconic to Europe. So an era of relatively high technology when it comes to architecture, when it comes to metalworking and so on. And then we have our classic Roman Empire straight out from antiquity. So we got a nice sort of mix in terms of cultures. And so what I'm going to do, though, is, since I've decided on these cultures, I'm going to go make another reference board in a little while, and I'm going to gather it just like this. I'm going to find some key sort of iconic images that are representative of a sort of a Gothic, Germanic sort of knight, a Viking, and a Roman legionary. Now, what's really important, though, is when we do these references, and part of the reason why I picked these three particular subject matter is that these three subjects have been more or less done to death in concept art. And so what you find when you go online and you look at this stuff, if it's coming from an entertainment source, it's really far removed from its original source material. So when we think of Roman legionaries, we often think to movies like Gladiator, right? Or Ben-Hur or Spartacus and so on. When we think of things like Vikings, we think of that classic sort of, like I said a little bit earlier, big barbarian, dual-wielding axes and furs and horn helmets and all those sorts of things. And then when we think about Gothic knights, we tend to think of sort of something like Castlevania or something that may be skewing a little bit, towards anime sort of thing. And all those things have the right flavor of what the culture is or what the base culture is, but they are many, many steps removed from the source material. And so what we're going to do is we're going to first create our characters, and then when we dress our characters, we're going to make sure that we capture the essence of what the culture is, but at the same time we're also staying a little bit truer to the visuals of that time period, right? So for example, with Gothic knights, or with sort of in the mid to late medieval period knights, or at least men at arms, or I guess soldiers, it was a very colorful period. We often think about medieval stuff as being, there's a lot of mud. It's very desaturated. It's kind of gross, right? Things like that. It's very rough. We kind of think about that when we think about sort of the Middle Ages. But the reality, if you have a look at these older manuscripts, or not older manuscripts, I guess the manuscripts from the time period, the reality is that things are really bright, right? There's a lot of color, right? There's a lot of attention to making things elegant, right? It might not match the expectations we have today, but if you look at old manuscripts, knights would, because they were lords of their land, they were very wealthy, they would have bright regalia to denote themselves on the battlefield. They would have beautiful sort of flower work done into the scabbard of their for their swords. The late Gothic armor plate is fluted armor plate is very elegant in the metalwork. Really sort of outstanding artisan crafts. But we don't really think about that because we've been kind of over and inundated with the entertainment side of things, where it's many steps removed. So we're going to try and stick a little close to that when we're dealing with our cultural element. And again, for Vikings as well, Vikings are obviously, we now know that Vikings don't wear sort of these horn helmets. They're not running around half naked, dual wielding axes. They were very sophisticated. They were primarily traders and so on. So we're going to try and bring a little bit more of that in. We still want to balance that reality with entertainment, though. So we're going to try and find a way to strike a good balance between the two. All right, and of course, the same thing applies down to our Roman legionary as well. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to turn all of this off for now, and we're going to create a new layer, empty layer up here, and we're going to start to plot out the characters that we're going to be doing. So that's going to be our Viking rabbit, our Roman legionary crab, and our Gothic pug. Right. All right. So we've got our page open, and I'm just going to bring up this section here. Just going to grab this part over here. And we're going to just separate this out. So we're just going to have this here so that it's a nice sort of reminder of what we need to do, the steps that we want to take in terms of our approach. So the first thing here is I'm going to do is I'm going to open my reference image, put this on a secondary monitor, so I've got it constantly in front of me. So that means that anytime I need to refer to the animal, it's right there. I've also got my copy, in terms of another digital copy in file over here, and that just in case if I lose that one on the screen. So I want to start drawing these characters. So first step that I've got here is that I want to block them out, right? So this is a little bit earlier. The idea is that we want to imbue these characters with a sense of, we want to imbue them with human characteristics. And obviously with human characteristics, we're looking at things like head, two arms, two legs sort of thing. Bipedal, essentially, right? So upright, standing upright. That's kind of the key thing behind it. Could probably get away with this character not being bipedal in so much as they might have more than two legs and so on. But we definitely want this sort of verticality with our character. We want identifiable elements of a head, shoulders, arms and legs and so on, right? So obviously, first thing we might want to start off with is we want to maybe start off with a generic sort of build of a human, right? This is going to be my base. I'm just going to block it out, roughly the skeleton of the human. We're not doing any sort of crazy perspective on these. We are really focusing for this particular assignment, this particular exercise. We're really focusing on just kind of getting the design, understanding how we might approach designing a anthropomorphic character, right, based off an animal. Obviously, if this was a human, we'll kind of have this sort of set up, the head will be there. Now, since in this case, let's start off with we'll start with the rabbit. The first thing that we want to think about when we're designing things like this is we want to consider things like transition. Right? That is the shift from one element to another. So if I were to draw this as a base of a body, obviously if it was still human, the neck would be quite thin relative to the shoulders. I can't exactly stick a rabbit head on top, right? It's kind of a little bit lazy. What I want to think about is transition. That is, how do I transition the rabbit head down into this neck and into the shoulders so that it blends seamlessly? We don't want this to look like some sort of Frankenstein-like creature. So if we have a look at our references, rabbits tend to have this sort of largish head, and it's kind of this sort of this triangular sort of head that kind of pops down like this. It's almost like a pyramid-like sort of head. And they just have, wild hares not so much, but so domesticated rabbits tend to have sort of these balding cheeks on that side. They almost look like sides of a stormtrooper helmet. But so that's kind of the rough shape of the head. Now, we can't suddenly just add this very human-looking neck, because we know what happens is that the reason why the human neck looks the way that it looks is that it goes up and connects into our head, right? Joins up a little bit behind the ears. And so when we turn our head, it flexes these muscles around the neck. We need to take that idea and we need to apply it to our rabbit, which might mean, so in this case, I'm just going to shift this down a little bit. What that means is our neck then for our rabbit, right, we're still going to have a couple of key elements in here, but the neck for the rabbit is now going to be much wider, right, to accommodate. Now, if we look at our reference for our rabbits, if I just turn them over here, they do have it's a wide neck, but it's not too wide, so there's a little bit of give to it. So I'm going to indent it a little bit more, but it is going to be a little wider than if we were drawing a human, almost as if this character had a bit of a bull neck. The other thing looking at the rabbits is or quadrupeds in general, is that when they kind of sit or when they kind of stand, if you get pets to do kind of tricks, they have this hunch of a back. They're not standing in terms of how a human might stand, with their neck back straight and that sort of thing. They're not going to stand like this. There generally is a slight sort of hunch, right? And that adds a nice sort of element to a little more of an animal flavor. So that means that our neck is probably going to be raised a little bit more, and our shoulders are going to probably connect a little bit higher just to show that droop. At this point, I'm still just kind of blocking out the form. I'm trying to work out the rough shapes that I want. So these would be effectively, on a human, these would be like the traps. Now, rabbits have, much like a lot of animals, they have this inverse joint. And I wouldn't say an inverse joint, but the way that their hind legs are constructed is that you get this sort of shape, this sort of S shape coming down here. we want to be pretty careful with that. Let me just move this over here. We want to be pretty careful with that, because if we have a creature saying there, that's the chest and that's the head. All right, so the neck is over there, shoulders, there's the abdomen. We can't really just drop the feet down and then push the legs back. Right? And the reason why we can't do that is, if you imagine someone standing, or anything standing like this, there's nothing down here to support all this weight that goes from the knee up the body. So the result is, if a creature or a character is standing like this, they're going to topple forward. So we need to find a way then to adjust the legs so that we bring the center of gravity, because right now the center of gravity is not lined up. We want to bring the center of gravity down here. So that probably means that we might have to take this leg, angle it forward, bring that back, and then have that come down again in this way, right? Now that might seem a little bit odd, or we might not like that. So maybe what if we want to keep the legs, at least the quads straight? Then what we might have to do is bend that back a little and bring that forward, so that at least the feet end where normally our human feet would be standing, right, to get that sort of form. So go ahead and start to fill out the torso, and then get into the rest of the body. Right, so for the torso, look at something like this, fairly round. Just kind of plotting the spine at the back. Now this one, I'm not entirely sure if I want to stylize my character too much. I think I probably want to make it a little bit more animalistic, so it might be stylized a little bit. Well, I suppose we're doing anthropomorphic characters, so they're naturally going to be stylized. So this is representing our rib cage. The spine goes back here, curves around, and these are hips. And just like what we talked about before, we have our thighs coming down, and our center of gravity is kind of jumping down there at this point. Our legs are going to go back, and our feet are going to stand back here. All right, roughly, if I were to draw this as a human, this is roughly where the human foot would be. And I notice one of the things as I started doing this, you'll notice that I started with the chest. The chest went down first, right? In terms of when I plotted this out, every time you see me draw, the chest goes down first, and then it becomes the head in this particular case, because it's pretty important, and then it goes to the legs. You notice the arms are not in this at all, because the arms at this stage are not really that important. We need the chest to help anchor our drawing, right? It gives us a point of origin. We need the head to give that body a sense of direction, and then our legs are there to help us have a sense of motion. Now at this stage, I just want my character to stand there, so I don't want them to do anything too weird. So I'm just designing them as if they're standing. All right. But hopefully you can see sort of this relationship between why I might draw certain things in a particular order. Now, my reference image, I thought this was kind of cute, with the rabbit kind of sitting there. It's got a very sort of human-like quality. You imagine a lot of kids, especially little toddlers, when they get tired and they sit down, they have sort of this sort of pose. So I want to kind of bring that in a little bit. So there's a bit of a slouch. All right. Let's give it a little. Okay. Here's the abdomen, and then let's see. In this case, our legs. You notice that as I'm doing these, I'm roughing them out as cylinders, right? As basic geoforms. We're not really after details. Details are really actually not that important early on in the design process. What's more important is to make sure that the form is done right. And one of the key ways to ensure that form is done well is to make sure that you have center lines marked in. Now, when we think about herbivores, they tend to be, they don't seem to be that aggressive. So we might want to narrow the shoulders a little bit, and then widen the hips so it looks like, you know, a little bit more stable. They can move a little bit quicker. They can dodge out of you know, any potential problems. So we might go ahead and I might sort of beef that out a little bit. Let's rotate our canvas. Try not to rotate my canvas too much, but as you guys, you know, if you're working on this at home, whether it's on your PC or if you're working sort of on paper, don't be afraid to kind of spin things around and accommodate what is more comfortable for you to draw. Let's merge that in. This is starting to get a little bit creepy because I'm starting to get sort of like a human-sized sort of giant rabbit sort of look. Right. And I don't really want that, but I'm just going to finish doing this first. I'm going to purposely slightly pigeon toe in his feet, or her feet. I actually don't know what the gender is, but this is starting to look a little scary. It's starting to look a little sort of weirdly human in proportion in terms of leg height and everything. I'm going to put everything in, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adjusting things. See, what makes this thing a rabbit is going to be the ears. So let's add those in. Certainly don't want this to turn into a kangaroo. All right, it's starting to get a little bit of a kangaroo sort of feel to it. Now, if we look at our reference images, it always feels like the arms sit inside, as in terms of the width of the hips is much wider than the shoulders. So in a relaxed position, our character's arms are probably going to sit inside. Right, something like this. Right, but this is designed to look a little kind of like, you know, a man inside a rabbit suit. So we want to change this a little bit. We want to make this feel a little bit more natural. Again, the whole concept is that we're imbuing the character or human characteristics into this animal. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to erase the arms, because again, the arms are not that important at this stage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to droop this down a little bit more. So that's going to drop the chest. I'm going to thicken my brush a little bit more so it's not so wispy. That places my torso a little bit lower. So pectoral muscles would sit about there, and then I'm going to drop the abdomen a little bit lower like this. I'm going to save this and move it to the side. So in terms of visuals, this is a little bit more interesting for you guys to see sort of the differences as this thing evolves. Let's make the head a little bit bigger, right? Because, you know, rabbits tend to be a little bit cuter, so they might have a larger head. Things with larger heads tend to be a little bit cuter. And I don't know if this is really going to work right now or not. I'm just going to play along with this and see kind of where it goes. And this is a really fun part about designing. You kind of try and figure a lot of this stuff out. Get rid of these ears for now. Quite like sort of that BBC News reference image that I've got here with the tail down. I think it creates a nice sort of silhouette. Now, when we think of rabbits, we tend to think about rabbits being, or wild hares being kind of very agile. So the idea that they would have pretty big legs, kind of makes a bit of sense. Again, we want our sort of our quads to be pretty much vertical. That's that back joint that we see over here. Bottom of the feet, this part. So they'll run a little bit out of the room, so I'm just going to shift this up. Again, really cool thing about working digitally is that you really have unlimited canvas. You can kind of move these things around. Make sure that that feet is angled coming in. Alright, so we start to have the nice sort of center of gravity in the middle. And then again, looking at that image, it looks like the legs, or the front legs, I guess in this case the arms are quite long. I'm just going to merge them out there from the neck. Now I'm trying to follow in terms of the muscular, the muscle structure, very similar to humans, right? I'm trying to adapt it in terms of most animals have kind of roughly the same types of muscles, just where they are, how big or how used they are is quite different. Well, I want to keep this relatively human. So there's the deltoids on the shoulder, bicep. In this case, I might make this a little bit larger. There's a forearm. The hands might come down here. Right. But looking at this, again, I'm not quite happy with the design, but we're starting to get something that looks pretty much how we want it. So I'm just going to grab this, I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. I'll turn this off. And these parts I'm just going to get rid of because we don't really need this anymore. Now I'm not 100% sold on this design at this point, but I'm going to leave it, right? Because I can always come back and fix things. In terms of perspective lines, it's kind of, well, it's actually center of gravity is about there. I'm going to move on to the others for now. Right? The reason why I wanted to kind of work on all these together at the same time is exactly for this very reason, which is sometimes we work on something and something about it doesn't seem right. And the easiest thing to deal with it then is just to stop, move on to something else, right? Rather than kind of rack your brain and try and figure it out. Just move on to something else, and you'll find that as you do something else, it'll come to you eventually what about this design you may personally not like. So let's deal with the pug. So we know that the pug eventually is going to be some form of knight. So I want, especially when we think of a pug, we think, we have that word pugnacious. So I always have this feeling of like if a pug was kind of human-like, it would have this this barrel chest. Right, so I really, rather than having this slouch, I want that pug to almost just like kind of like a guy with no neck. So I'm just mocking down or blocking out the main torso area. And then if we have a look at the pug's head, it's pretty much just the ball. Right? It's this ball kind of flat at the front, but what's very noticeable about the pug is that it kind of has no neck. So if we do attach to this wide oblong sort of shape, that's going to be the head down, it really just merges. Right? Really high sort of traps. Of course, we have the ears kind of hanging down. Make the head a little bit bigger. It's because pugs do have kind of a large, if we break down an image of a pug, let's go over here. If we have a look at a pug, the relative length of the head, right, to the rest of the body, and the height of the head as well, it's a pretty chunky head. And so because it's a pretty chunky head, we want to make sure that when we draw it, we carry that sort of chunkiness across as well. Again, I'm going to block out the head as almost like a square, like a cube. If it had pectorials, it'd really go straight up to the chin. Right. Now, in the images I have of the pug, they've got quite a wide sort of rear stance. So I imagine that it's almost like he's getting ready for, he's bracing himself for like a punch. Got that sort of quadrupedic sort of back leg. Again, for the pug, we want very sort of like, I want very thin and very stubby legs. And kind of really sort of buff sort of thigh. Quad muscles, really sort of thick quad muscles. Because we want that center of gravity is going to be back here, right? So if we look at it from the side, it's kind of the barrel chest, the head is there, right? That abdomen kind of pokes out. If the hips are there, but the center of gravity is kind of dropping off back there. If we want the legs to kind of poke out, in order to get him to stand, that part back here has got to really reach all the way back. Now, obviously our design is not as exaggerated as over here, so let's go ahead and fix that. Really just want that curve at the back here. So even with that curve, if I have our quad muscle sticking out, that's going to come back here to ensure that we have just enough. If we, one thing that it's pretty good to visualize is, imagine if you split the character in half as a side view, you want to kind of have the same amount of weight on each side, right, to make it a little bit more stable. think since we have such wide shoulders, imagine the arms are going to be quite beefy as well. With this one, you can see if we look at our character, feel like there's a lot of weight coming down the back and there's just nothing at the front, so this guy is probably going to topple back, so we still need to go back and fix our feet. So let's get rid of these feet for now. Right. Again, if I'm looking back to the pug, even though it's got really wide shoulders, the arms and legs are really kind of thick sort of chest. The arms and legs are kind of thin. Right, and the head is quite large, so I'm actually going to enlarge this head a little bit more, just to help us get a better idea. I'm keeping it as a block on purpose. Just to make a little bit more sort of pug-like though, let's go in and kind of just add in the ears. And, let's give it a little squish nose. Big barrel chest. Let's make the belly a little bit larger. So just a little thicker. I'm still thinking about these as forms of really just cylinders. Here the hips, backside. And so this side sort of drumstick-like shape for the quads. Here's our knee. Let's match it to the other side. It looks like his kind of perspective is not so great on this particular leg. It's kind of like he's squatting. Go ahead and just widen that out to help fix the perspective. Shift that knee a little bit lower. Again, if you think about perspective coming down, that knee joint should be about there. Right, so that's kind of flat. We start to radiate down, something like that. Whoops. Wrong hotkey. There's the knee. And so I'm trying to keep all of this in real time as well, so that you can see when I'm running into difficulties, when I'm trying to figure something out. Right. I hope you guys find that useful and not as boring, but I think it's really important because a lot of these tasks, they seem easy, right? When we think about, we're going to draw like, animal characters, it seems easy because we see them a lot in sort of television and cartoons. But the reality of getting them to work, making them feel functional, right? And right now we're just trying to get them to look functional. We're not thinking about like how to animate it or anything like that. We're just thinking about this right now in terms of just the visuals of it. Right? It's pretty complicated. Now, if we think about, okay, now this character has to move, this character has to be animated. That opens up another can of worms in terms of what we have to figure out. So this looks about right in terms of how I want to position the legs. And again, you see the way that I'm doing this: chest, head, legs, then arms, right? In that particular order. At least for me, I find that works really well. If I start to put the arms in early on, I end up with a character that just ends up looking like they're flailing around. Now, I don't want it to be too exaggerated. I don't want it to look like really human, where we get like this defined sort of shoulder from our neck right down. I want this to like merge together. Maybe the arms are a little bit lower. Just gonna get rid of this. Let's make the arms a little bit thinner as well. And again, like I said, no crazy poses. I'm just designing these guys as if they're in a relaxed position. Always try and design your characters as if it's a as if they're kind of stuck in an idle animation, because you want to think about, well, what do these characters look like? Do they look interesting when they're in sort of a very simple pose? I'm just going to drop this thigh a little bit more, right? Do they look like they are at rest? Or can they look like they're at rest? If they're constantly looking like they're, ready to do battle or in some sort of action pose, then there's probably something wrong with the design. We want to make sure that, in a relaxed sort of pose, our characters still look interesting. Again, we have our sort of character done. Well, not really done, but kind of roughly sort of sorted out. But I'm still not quite a fan. I think it's because the legs are a little bit high, right? I'm going to drop them down a little bit more and extend the chest down. It looks a little bit more pugnacious. And shorten the arms a little bit. One thing to remember when we're designing things is this idea of large, medium, and small. So we want large, medium, and small elements. I suspect the design wasn't working before because we had an even split in terms of the size between the torso to the legs and everything else. And so it just didn't feel right? It felt like everything was a little bit too even. Now as I'm kind of changing the proportions, it starts to feel a little bit more correct. We talked a little earlier about having this sort of very wide stance. So I'm just going to shift these guys apart a little bit just to get that sort of wider stance. Almost like a cowboy sort of stance. Maybe I should have done like a pug cowboy, and that could be pretty fun. So here's the base for the pug. It's a little bit too wide. I'm just going to shift it in a little bit more. There we go. Again, really cool thing about working in Photoshop is that we get to manipulate these things. And the final one, I'm going to shift everybody across over here. The final one that we're doing is our crab, and that's going to be kind of tricky. Because when we think of a crab, it's definitely a very, very weird looking creature. So let's go ahead and think about how we're going to deal with this crab. I definitely want the obviously the main shell to be a component. I also want like the mouth to be kind of there. So it'll be kind of interesting then is, let's say we approach it in the way that we might approach a centaur or something like that, which is we have a large sort of section up here, another section down here, and then maybe in this case, we still have kind of like a ribcage like sort of setting, bit of a belly in terms of the abdomen, because these are visual traits that humans tend to have. But what we do is we actually start to push the legs out a little bit. Now, our designs don't have to be human. I think that's a really important thing to remember. They have to have, our creatures or our characters need to have a human aspect to them, that is, things that we can identify, things that we, think of when we think humans, but at the same time, they are still, anthropomorphic in that, we're just giving them these traits, so they're still whatever it is at their base. So in this case, this is a crab. I don't want him to look too threatening because crabs look kind of scary, but they don't look very sort of aggressive in the way that they're going to run at you and hunt you down. So I want the legs to, let's say, be a little bit stubbier. So they look like they're more legs designed to move in terms of just find purchase than, ones used to kind of hunt people down. So it might be some legs back here. And we might, in terms of these, it's a mandible, in terms of where the mouth is. Have this really cool shape that crabs tend to have. It almost looks like it's like Wolverine's hair in terms of these things that kind of stick out. Obviously, they've got their eyes. So we can use this shape to almost, effectively, on a more comical note, they could be kind of like sort of that sort of 1920s like sort of hairstyle, right? Slick back, parted in the middle, that sort of thing. Of course, crabs have their main sort of arms, or I guess their pincers, so we can start to cut in the sort of belly section that you see on a crab to allow for these arms. They tend to be multi-jointed. Crab claws are pretty interesting in that they have this section that doesn't really, it's just one solid chunk, and there's like a hinge on this side, right? And what's kind of interesting about crabs is that one pincer is always bigger than the other one. They've always got one pincer, if I remember right, that's larger than the other one. It's kind of like their main one. It's kind of like how we have, most people are right-handed, or depending on if you're right-handed or left-handed, you have a dominant hand. And so you tend to have muscles on that side of your body as well, being a little bit more developed than the other side. For those of you who ride a bike, you might find sometimes you might be trying to figure out, it's like, wait, why is it that when I push my bike in a particular way, and I didn't know this until I talked to a buddy of mine who was like a sort of a fitness guy, and then they were telling me, it's like, oh, well, because if you have a dominant side, you tend to favor that side. As a result, the muscles on that side become more developed, more coordinated. So if you ever try and push a bike, you'll find that one side is really easy, and the other side you kind of keep banging like your shins against the pedals or something like that. So since we can't see this side too well, I'm going to make this the dominant hand, or the dominant claw, so it's going to be a little bit larger, a little bit scarier. Again, we're thinking about these as shapes, right? So this is really kind of like a oval sort of extrusion. I don't really want these arms to kind of drape down. It'd be kind of cool if they kind of come out to the side like this. Almost looks like a comical take on a strong man, kind of like flexing their muscles. And since I brought that up, it'll be kind of fun if we make some of the shell forms look like biceps. Now this is a really fun thing to do. Maybe not, fun's probably not the right word. This is a nice way of approaching drawing figures. Is that try to imagine your figures are actually, or in terms of the joints, that they have some form of carapace or exoskeleton. And so you're drawing things in blocks, right? Obviously for humans or for mammals, a little bit harder, but if you imagine that, so for example, if we have this here, I want to imagine that the shoulder is kind of like a shell piece. The connecting part in terms of where the biceps are is another sort of section that's independent. They're going to have individual sort of tendons connecting things on. And then the forearm itself is then going to be like another part, like another sort of armored plate or something. And the reason why this is useful is that it starts to make us think of these parts as forms, right? So we don't think about this as a bicep, as a forearm, as, you know, pectoral or anything. We start to think about them as shapes. And that's ideally what we want when we're dealing with it, this sort of design. So I've got the rough sketches of my rabbit, of my pug, and of my crab. I'm just going to get rid of this and make a little bit more room for the crab. Now, I'm still not quite happy with the rabbit. Now, sometimes when you're drawing stuff, you might find yourself in a position where you're looking at it, you can't quite work out what's going on. Something about it is not working. One thing that I like to do is I like to then transform it and flip it around, right? That can help a little bit as well. I'm trying to figure out, like, what about the design is not working. That's also a nice way to check if there's symmetry in your work as well. You get used to drawing on one side, it looks really good, let's say left to right. Try and flip it where it's right to left and see if it still looks just as good or just as clear. So I think right now the rabbit is, again, it still looks too much like a human in a rabbit suit. So I'm actually just going to get rid of it. You know, if it's not working, then get rid of it, right? If you try and fix it, sometimes it just ends up being more of a hassle than anything else. So let's start again. Let's start again this time with our center line. We know that the head is going to go somewhere there. We know that the body is going to, in terms of the torso, is going to be there, and obviously the legs are going to follow down here. I've got a very weird looking character over here, very alien-ish. I have sort of a more traditional sort of anthropomorphic or animal character on this side. It's quite stocky. So probably in here I want something thinner, actually, because these are quite chunky fellows on either side. So I want a character that's a little bit thinner, a little bit sleeker, a little bit more elongated, since, you know, particularly our pug is quite it's quite condensed. Now, so when we think about rabbits, you know, we certainly don't think about rabbits as being very dense, I guess, so very heavy. So the head's gonna, you know, we have that sort of egg-like shape for the head. I want a really long neck. I don't want like a human neck, I want an animal neck where it's like that very smooth transition down to the traps. Now the chest is going to be here. His spine is kind of almost a very superhero-like setup. You know, very proud sort of thing. There's a little bit hunched on the top with their head, but that back is still very sort of straight. So it'd be kind of cool if we then curve this, particularly with our crab, their back is kind of moving in this direction. So maybe hunch this character a little bit more, kind of like in our original version, we had it a little bit hunched. So let's hunch our character a little bit. So it might get this sort of slouching appearance. I'm actually going to pause this video temporarily so that I can go find the skeleton of a rabbit to see roughly what the ribcage is going to looks like, because I realize I don't actually know what a rabbit ribcage looks like. So just like back here in terms of trick references, if you don't know anything, pause your work and then find out. Alright, so I actually just paused the video and went and looked at rabbit skeletons. I actually have them in front of me right now as image searches. And one of the really interesting things is that, you know, looking at these images, that rabbits actually have a relatively long neck. And they do actually have this weird sort of, you know, they actually bunch up. This sort of, that's the head there. They actually have this sort of curvature to their spine. And their feet kind of stand up like this, right? And they got their front legs there. So that's actually pretty useful for what we want. So then let's imagine if we drop the belly down here. We don't want it to be too long, because then it starts to look like a ferret or something like that. So I do have this sort of very compact rib cage. But what's really noticeable about, in terms of just the posture that they have, is the way that the legs actually sit. And the abdomen is like an egg-like shape. So I don't want the rabbit to actually be standing too tall, because I think that was what was causing the problem before, is that it started to look like a person in a rabbit suit. What I want is to imbue a rabbit with sort of human-like qualities. And it seems that oftentimes they're kind of like squatting. Again, if we have a look at the reference images, they have this sort of weird sort of squat or sit. Right, now where I've placed my feet is quite far in front of the base. So if he were to stand right now, it'd kind of fall on his backside. So since I have that really nice curvature, that means that spine is going to move across. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shift this entire section forward. Erase the stuff in the middle. And start to give this that curvature that it had before, where our character or our creature is kind of leaning forward. Move the head a little bit forward. Let's make the head a little bit larger. So it starts to fit a little bit better. Obviously, I'm going to have the ears flap down. And then our arms are actually going to hang in between the legs. Now, right now, it's very high. I'm not quite happy with the position of these legs. Don't mind where everything else is sitting at this point. Actually, tone down the legs a little bit. I'm going to make them a lot thinner. Again, treating these sections as almost they're like individual armored plates, or armored sections connected together, like a toy, joints of a toy, because I want to always think about the parts as a form. And so pulling back. Now we don't want just kind of, again, we don't really want to just give them like human legs where they're standing like this. It's all about imbuing human characteristics, right, into these characters, into these animals. It's not about actually making them human. Fixing his arm on this side. Now we want to start again what I talked about before, large, medium, small. So we want to address this and look at this character and go, okay, well, I have a large part in terms of the belly, but if I actually look at the height of the leg, it's kind of the same height as that, so it doesn't really fit. It doesn't look very nice visually. So I'm going to widen this character so they're a little bit more pear-shaped. Drop the knee a little bit more. So of course that's got to correspond over here. It's the new knee joint. And we're just going to bring up these feet a little bit more. And just going to drop this abdomen down just a touch more. Alright, so now we have the rough of our three characters. Like I said, we're just blocking them in at this stage. We're still sitting right here. There's still a lot of things that we need to do. So now we start to move down, and we're going to start to clean this up, right, and start to put in some perspective to this. There might be some changes here that I want to make in terms of the crab. I think the crab is okay. Let's see, let's match that up. That's angled up. This side's going to be angled up as well. So it should be like that. A little bit more the inside of that claw. Okay. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Keep it as a base. Just going to shrink this down a little bit. Shrink it down. Move this across to this side. Move our rabbit over here. Give them a little bit more space to breathe. And let's actually start to draw and clean this up. So what I want to do at this stage is I want to start to sketch out the actual form of the animals. Right, so we're not kind of just looking at the rough sketches anymore. We're starting to carve in the shapes. So pectoral section, really kind of start to carve that out. Rib cage. Shoulder, bicep. We're just going through now and just kind of cleaning things up a little bit just to tighten things up. I don't want to go into too much detail for this. Really, it's just kind of sculpting out, I suppose, the main body. Because later on, again, like I said, we are going to be dressing these characters in appropriate, I guess, clothing or costumes to fit the culture that we're going to have them be attached to. We're doing really this part right now is really just to help us double check, like I said, our form, our perspective, and to match them back to our references. And so rabbits tend to have this sort of wide cheek. His eyes quite high up. Again, turns of the head. This is going to spike up where the skull is, and then we're going to have the ears kind of flop down. We don't necessarily have to have the ears flop down. We can kind of have the ears in terms of, kind of like a normal rabbit. It's actually quite, it stands out quite a bit. Try and make sure that things line up so they stay in perspective. So as I kind of start to clean up this figure, the reason why, as I said a little bit earlier, the reason why we may not kind of at this stage go into too much detail about it, we're really just trying to capture the major forms. Part of the reason of doing that is because as we start to costume on, or as we start to give them accessories and things like that, that's going to change a little bit of the silhouette, a little bit of the form, overall sort of read of our characters. And so that might mean later on we need to go in and change a few elements so that it fits a little better, right? Because right now we know what this thing looks like, kind of naked, without any clothing on. But as we start to put on clothing, it can change the silhouette of what these characters potentially would look like. And we might lose, let's say, some of this neck, or we might lose sort of the hips area or the flanks and things like that. So we want to make sure that we don't overcommit at this point. And really, whenever we're designing, particularly for concept art, we have to be as flexible as we can. We don't want to be too caught up in a particular idea, because you never know if that's going to change, right? You might have the project might come in, and then there might be a change in direction that comes from on top, or you guys might just realize that whatever you're working on doesn't seem to be working, right? Whatever, for whatever reason, and so you want to be able to change that. And so being able to get that change is really comes down to being flexible and not being too kind of married to the idea that you initially started off with, because we might have, and this happens a lot, we start off with a really cool idea, and as we start to develop it, we might come to realize that we actually have better ideas, things like that. Or we might decide that whatever we wanted to do doesn't really work anymore. Like, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work. And so because it doesn't work, we don't want to be stuck in a position where we're constantly trying to force this thing to function when it really just doesn't have, really shouldn't be. So by being flexible, it opens up and it allows us to be a little bit more, we're more able to be led by our creativity, by the artistic merit or the design merit that a drawing or an idea might have, rather than kind of being locked in to something and just forcing it to work. So here, kind of emphasizing that sort of armored plate idea, or almost like the segments. We're I mean, we could turn this into a, I think this probably, even though I know I start off as a pug, I think this might work a little bit better. It's kind of like a bulldog. And of course, if it's a bulldog, I can't kind of help but think of Winston Churchill. And so I maybe want to go in and make this guy a little bit fatter. But again, I'm going to kind of just keep this as it is for now, more or less. Because again, I don't know what's going to happen once I start to layer on the clothing for this guy to, make him look like he's part of that time period. In terms of, I think what we had was a gothic, sort of medieval gothic sort of style. That maybe the belly doesn't work as well, or maybe the belly could be perfect. We'll never know until we start to actually do it. And so it's always, they've got that sort of squished up nose. I always have kind of like a frowny face on these dogs. Look old and tired. But whatever that face might be, doesn't really know. For what, we'll just go back to the pug for now, because it's kind of what we started on. In the meantime, if there's a little bit of time, I'll stop the video or pause the video and have a look at what bulldogs look like. But given my reference images right now, it's really just around the pug. So let's use that. Quite round in terms of the cheeks. It's got like these bulldog elements to it. Alright, so we're just gonna thicken some of these. Like I said, we're not putting in, a lot of detail. We still want to make sure that the form is there, but we're not kind of going in and really detailing everything out, right? But we definitely want the main elements in there. Connecting the leg to the rest of the body. Sort of reverse joint. So I think one thing to remember is, with these joints, particularly sort of with these legs, is that it's very tempting to kind of draw them like chicken legs, kind of like a T-Rex sort of thing, but it's not really how animals work, because they have their, well, actually in terms of like dogs or rabbits. So if you think about it as a human hand, what's going on, if I remember right, is that you have the fingers down here, and then you generally have like a nub up here, which is actually the thumb, or the where the thumb kind of evolved into. So you want to keep that in mind when you're drawing these things. You don't really want to go sort of too full human, because at that point, if you kind of create like a human animal, then that's not really creating an anthropomorphic character anymore. What we're trying to do is we're doing a animal inspired sort of anthropomorphic character, in that it has to be an animal first. We have to read the animal first, and the human elements second, so to speak. So it's not like, oh, it's a human with an animal head, or like with a dog head. It becomes more, oh, it's a dog, or it's some form of creature that has these weirdly sort of human-like elements to them. These things that might make people mistake them for being sort of not human, but I guess bipedal. I think I don't want to drop the I'm thinking maybe I either drop the arm a little bit lower, or might lift it up. I think I might drop it a little bit lower, because to match this side over here, it creates a nicer sort of transition down from the head to the neck. So I'm going to drop the pectoral muscles as well into that connection point under the where that armpit is. So that entire shoulder drops, and we're going to lift this up. I'm just going to make the arm a little bit thinner. overall sort of forearm a little bit longer. Now at this point, I've kind of pushed the arm really far out. And this is something that happens quite a bit with when you're drawing. It's really easy to kind of draw it so it looks good in what you're seeing, but perspective-wise, it doesn't really fit. So I'm going to take this. I'm still going to keep the shoulder where it is. I'm just going to bring the arm in a little bit more. And you notice that it covers actually quite a bit, because one of the things that happens is we're used to seeing things in a particular way, and our brain remembers certain things. So we know that, you know, this is going to poke out. We see a little bit the backside over here, and so our brain kind of forces us to draw it because we know that it's there, and it's trying to fill in the gaps. But what we're trying to represent, though, is what do we actually see when we look at these characters. This leg is pretty straight down, and this kind of has a weird sort of kick to it. So I'm just going to grab that, lasso it. Just going to flip it around. I connect it through. Take this because we edited the rest before. So that gets a little bit closer. All right, let's have a look at our crab character. So our crab character is probably by far, out of all our characters, the trickiest one to do. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to flip this around this side just to double check some of these other characters. If the rabbit and the dog are done all right, and I think they're okay. I might just kind of extend this a little bit more so the back is a little bit more pronounced. And I might just round this off a little bit more. Drop this belly down. So always make sure when you guys are working is to constantly kind of flip your canvas around, right? Just to double check a couple of things. So let's start and have a look at our crab character. So crabs, again, if we have a look at our reference images here, they have this really interesting sort of subsection, the way that their carapace is kind of divided up along their belly. And so we're going to actually use that to try and mimic certain shapes. But overall, we're imagining, though, as a character, right? It's kind of clunky. It's got all these sort of hard sections to it. And this is what sometimes drawing crustaceans or insects can be actually kind of fun, because it's almost, you're kind of like doing drones or something that's a little bit sci-fi. Because they're not like humans, or they're not like sort of other vertebrates where you have like these soft surface things with, you know, things like crustaceans, insects. You have this sort of exoskeleton, and that exoskeleton like just does some, you know, it's very interesting. It has some really cool stuff to it. It can provide really sort of interesting takes on certain things. So I'm just referring back to my reference image. It seems like the whole thing kind of just caves or collapses in together into this mouth. But one of my reference images, I think, is like a snow crab. And it's got these really nice sort of larger mandibles. I think I'm just going to combine them together. And as I'm sculpting this out, I'm making sure that these are kind of cylindrical. So the mouth is not going to be particularly, you know, obviously human looking, but we can get the other things to provide that sort of human element to them. It could be the silhouette, could be the way that this is subdivided down in terms of, you know, we might get like a six-pack sort of thing. In terms of eyes, crabs always have these really kind of creepy, beady eyes that kind of go off on the side. In this case, I'm just going to start with something quite simple. I don't want to clean up too complicated of a form. So I'm going to start with something very simple, and I'm actually going to cut into it. I'm going to use the base shape, which is kind of like this triangle shape, and that center line is going to come up there, And what I'm going to do is, at this point, I'm going to then cut into it. Cutting into it helps me just work out the perspective a little better. And with this sort of additional layer that might wrap on top. Let's bring that across. It's kind of like this aeroplane feel to crabs in terms of how the shell works. And if I were to contour this, you'd get lines like that. I think it's a pretty interesting sort of thing to have. So on this side, if we kind of follow that idea across, that's where it comes down, matches over here. It's going to kick up again. There might be fight there, and so this is where we start to get that pinches up there. It comes out, so we're starting to get the main body. This starts to look a little bit like a pectoral muscle sort of thing, or like a chest muscle. And then what we can do is we have this sort of soft underbelly here. It's going to be quite fun in terms of we actually continue this down. You get a lot of fun when you're dealing with, like, you're trying to make anthropomorphic sort of insects or crustaceans, just because they're so weird and alien looking. When you're dealing with sort of land-based animals like, you know, a rabbit, a pug, or a bear, dog, something, a wolf, you know, things like that, you know, they get a little bit similar, and that's just, you know, just because of the way that things are structured. In the same way that if you were to do like 20 of these crab people sort of things, then they're going to start to look pretty similar as well, because given that the base animal that, you know, is a crab or is, you know, a particular type of animal, you're going to end up with designs that are going to be very reminiscent of each other, right? Because, you know, it'd be like things like, okay, well, it's got to have a claw, it's got to have a series of plates, you know, etc., and all that sort of stuff. So you end up with these sort of similar design elements. So we're just going to, again, exactly how we did it for the other creatures. We're not going into too much detail, really just about establishing the core forms. And the way I like to think about this right now, I am almost sculpting out the shapes. Just making sure that the contours and everything, so the form is exactly how I want it. In terms of details like you know, little spikes and things like that, we don't have to worry about it. Right, they're not that important, and they will come into play much later. In terms of, we'll start thinking about them when we're actually having to clean things up a little bit more, right? When we start to put on, let's say, the costuming and things like that. So here's the main body. Let's do these sort of beefy arms on the side. We just want to contour this back to show that, you know, it kind of sits behind everything. So this is going to be the big claw. Actually make it a little bit bigger than what my original sketch is. There's no, I always maintain this, there's no subtlety with, and particularly entertainment design, there's no real subtlety for that. You have a lot of subtlety when you're working in product design, when you're working in a lot of other fields as well, just because your audience has more time to stop and appreciate and study it, as it were, the things that, the visuals that you're providing them. In the context of entertainment design, you don't have that luxury. Your audience has to understand very quickly what they're looking at, because in the context of, let's say, a film, you've only got a set running time, right? In terms of, you know, you can make a 50-hour film, but no one's going to sit through it, sort of thing. So you have to make sure that everything that you do is kind of thought out, that it's there for a particular purpose or a reason. You know, but when you're designing or when you're doing a game, you know, the audience has to know really quickly, or the player has to know really quickly, is whatever that's happening in front of me, is it going to kill me? Am I going to die? Do I need to dodge out of the way? But if you are designing, let's say, a product, then you're not really beholden to those elements. Because let's say you are a car designer, or, you know, household goods designers, you kettles and things like that. You know, in most cases, your audience, that is your user base, has the time and the luxury to kind of look at what you're designing and get a better sense of what's going on. So you don't need to be as explicit. It's not like if you don't, you know, your user can't really, you know, look at a toaster, right? It's not like they're timed. If they don't look fast enough, or they don't process the information fast enough, then the toaster kind of jumps them, right? That doesn't really happen. But it does happen, obviously, in video games. You know, if you react too slow, then the boss might kill you. Or in a movie, where, like I said before, you have a limited number, a set sort of runtime, or a limit on your runtime, then you know, you want to make sure that every second, like every millisecond, counts in terms of that readability. Of course, if you do your job right, no one's going to know, which is, you know, it's kind of the good and frustrating thing. If you do your job right, nobody knows. If you do your job wrong, everybody knows, and everybody has an opinion. So that's kind of the good and bad of a little bit of concept art. But it's still really fun. Like, you know, even I'm a firm believer that, you know, even on the worst projects, in terms of, you know, the biggest box office bombs or anything, no one shows up to work that day thinking they're going to make the worst game or the worst movies. Everybody shows up thinking they're going to try and do the best they can based off the resources that they've got. I gotta remember, this is meant to be the small claw. So we just make it a little bit, you know, much smaller. Kind of pair it up in there. I'm actually going to shorten this as well. A little bit more compact. I'm going to increase this size over here. A little bit asymmetric design. I'm going to beef this side up. Again, early on we had this idea that this would kind of be like a bicep. And that's the case. What I want to do is I then also want to increase the overall size of this. So it's kind of, you know, if you imagine that this is the gym junkie equivalent of our characters. And one thing could be really fun is we actually take this claw and we really shrink it down. So asymmetry is kind of difficult to pull off because we generally expect things to be symmetrical in this world, but there's enough of a symmetry going on with our character here. I think a little bit of asymmetry with the claws, I think, should be fine, shouldn't confuse people too much. But whenever we see asymmetry, we typically start to have a sense that it's a little bit alien, right? It's a little unreal, so to speak. Starting to look a little bit more lobster than anything else, but that's all right. They're still kind of following in our line of wanting a crustacean. Okay, we can have a look at sort of the bodies of crabs and how they might do things. So since we have these, I guess these main sort of walking legs at the front, I think the back here, we might make them sort of smaller, stubbier legs, right? I really don't want spikes. I do want sort of like stubs, just because I don't really want Sky to look kind of menacing. It's not monstrous in the way that it's kind of like an evil sort of creature. I just want him to kind of be like weirdly crab-like. I'm gonna put the eyes really far out. Of course, you know, they tend to have these little whiskers. They were really fun. It adds like a sort of a human element to things as well. Maybe there's a couple of these whiskers. I actually don't know how many whiskers these things that that crabs have. Although lobsters have like two main ones, they've got a few that kind of sneak around it. But I imagine they might have a few. Alright, so I've got these characters on kind of a slight sort of angle, so I might want to do it for this guy here, just to kind of continue that through. And get that sense of perspective coming out. Alright, let's flip this guy around and see how they look. That seems pretty good. Let's grab that. We'll just kind of tidy things up a little bit. Just going to turn that off. Let's clear this. I'll just grab this guy, make him a little bigger. Take our rabbit. I think I might make our rabbit a little bit smaller. Just so that these start to, overall, they start to fit a little better. So looking at this now, I'm pretty happy with the body of the rabbit. I'm pretty happy with our crab man over here. And then for the pug, I think this is all right. It's kind of pretty standard, right? Easy to follow along. All right, so the next phase of doing this is now we've got the figures done in terms of the elements, and if we want to look at a scale in terms of how we might look at this, we have if we look at the percentage of humanness, I suppose, then we can say in terms of the pug we have the most humanness. So let's say 70% human, so to speak. For our rabbit, we're starting to drop down to maybe, let's say, 40% human, right? These long limbs are still kind of a little weirdly looking, but there's some slight human elements to it. There's about 40%. And then finally with our sort of crab character, we're probably looking at something where we're really dropping down to maybe like 20% human. But again, the whole key concept about doing anthropomorphic animals is that we are imparting human attributes to them. we're not making them human. We're giving them human attributes. So it might be that they wear clothes. It might be that they use tools. It might be that they have facial expressions. But it's not necessarily about making them human. So we've done the animal part. We've done the sort of creature creation part. Our next element is we now need to add in the uniforms or the clothing that's going to now lock these characters in, where we have a Gothic knight. I think the rabbit was a Viking, and we have a legionary crabman, right? So that's the next phase that we're going to be diving into. All right, so let's jump in and start to clothe our characters. I'm going to start off with my Viking rabbit. So I'm just going to cut this guy out, separate him out, duplicate just in case if I mess it up. I'm just going to scale him up a little larger so it's a little easier to draw. I don't want to zoom in too much and move around, because I know that from, if you guys are watching this as a video, obviously it can be very disorientating to see someone kind of spin the screen around. It can get a little bit dizzy. So I try not to spin this around too much, but it does mean that I have to draw a little bit larger like this just to make my life a little easier. But generally when I'm working though, I do spin my canvas around quite a bit just to make my life a little easier. This comes from just that very basic thing of when we draw. Let me just reset my brush. When we draw, we have a tendency to be able to pull certain lines in certain directions a little better, right? You can see how moving in this direction is a little easier for me, and we get this slight curvature as I try and pull it down. So what we're trying to do is when we're actually drawing for ourselves or for work, we try and spin the page around, whether this is on paper or digitally, to accommodate for what we're used to or how we're used to drawing. That's a pretty important thing. But again, just to make things a little easier for everybody, in this case, I'm just going to not spin this around too much. So we are dealing with a Viking rabbit. And so one of the things that we want to think about is we obviously need to do research into what Vikings are in terms of the costumes that they might have, the artifacts they have. This part is really important. It's really important not to dive in and start drawing from your mind. It's fun to do that for your own sort of personal work. It's fun to do that, get kind of relaxed. But when we're trying to train our design ability, we want to do as much research as we can. And so this brings me to this really cool image that I found online, and it demonstrates why we might want to research things. And so I thought this was great because it actually starts to map out along a spectrum what we think about, right? In terms of when we think about these fantasy or these sort of historical things, like particularly Vikings and knights. And this, this is a great example because we have here, clearly as they've got it, fantasy, speculative, and reenactor. Now, what does all this mean? Well, fantasy clearly means fantasy, right? It's what do we think about, what we see from movies, from television shows, from games. It's not real, it's pure fantasy. What we have on the other side is based off what we know, what we've found through historical texts, what we've found through archaeology, what we've found that's been verified. And then sitting in the middle is what we think it might be. Because obviously, not everything through history gets recorded. Not everything in history gets preserved. A lot of times we have to fill in the gaps ourselves, right, from other sources, and things change. So speculative is based off, okay, we have these gaps, let's say, in our knowledge about what actually happened, what people wore, and there's a gap here. And based off the available information on either side, we try and fill in that gap. And so we get something like this in terms of potentially what armor they might have, the type of sword, and so on. So we're trying to fill in the gaps based off the actual, let's say, real history, right? Because oftentimes reenactors, depending on the level, they can also have they can put their own personal flair into it as well. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to take the real history and we're trying to find and fill in the gaps of it. And what we're trying to do when we do this research is we want to land in this middle ground. We typically don't want something that is 100% real, right? Because 100% real is a textbook. it's not particularly interesting, except if you are really deep diving into the content, right? So if you're a historian, you'd love real history stuff. If you are, things like that. But that's not our target in terms of entertainment. We're typically not after that very niche market. We're trying to target a wider gamut of people, right? And so if we're targeting something that's 100% real, your general audience, your average sort of person who goes to see the movies, plays the games and so on, may not find it particularly interesting. So what we want to do is we want the history to help ground our design, but at the same time, we want to add in a little bit of fantasy or a little bit of what might be, I suppose, the cool factor, right, in the design. So we want to mix these two, the cool factor along with what's real, what's historic, and ultimately we want to end somewhere along here, right? It might pivot depending on what the style that you like, the subject matter you like. It might pivot a little bit more towards fantasy, or it might pivot a little bit towards something that's a little bit more grounded, a little bit more historical. But only through research can we actually get to this stage, right? And so again, like I said, I found this image online. I thought it was really good because it gives us an idea of, why do we do research, right? And within this research, when we talk about, and you might hear a lot of designers talk about, grounded design and things like that, what are they actually talking about? What's the history behind it, or what's the foundation behind it? And so this, again, this spectrum is fantastic because it gives us an idea of, okay, if I'm working on a project, where do I want my design to sit? Do I want this to be 100% real because I am doing something for the History Channel? Do I want this to be 100% fantasy because I'm doing something for heavy metal, or I'm doing something for like a high fantasy game? Or do I want something a little bit more speculative, something a little bit more realistic in terms of grounded in history, but with a flair for entertainment? And this is generally most AAA games are going to sit in this area, right? Even from The Last of Us to something like For Honor, they have a lot of fantasy elements in there, but there's also a lot of, shall we say, speculative entertainment aspects, just to spice it up, just to make it a little bit more exciting, right? Because again, when we design this stuff, we're designing for entertainment. We want people to have fun when they're experiencing this. So let's go ahead and turn that off, and we'll jump back to this. So I have on a separate monitor now, I have a couple of images of Vikings, grounded in history. And the way that I'm going to approach my particular design phase is that I'm going to build up, right? So I'm going to start grounded, right? Really kind of boring, really boring, and then I'm going to layer on entertainment. And because I'm layering on this process, moving up, it's very easy for me at some point to realize, oh, I put on too much, let's kind of take it back, right? Rather than kind of making it a little bit top heavy. So we're always trying to, in any sort of design, we always want to make sure that we work from the ground up and we slowly build up on it. And it also means that when we're delivering for clients, we ensure that we can provide a client a series of options in that, again, coming back to that idea of a spectrum, we can offer our client, along this gamut of what they might like. An old teacher of mine, when I was working as an industrial designer, he used to say, you ideally want to offer your client 3 options. So the first option is always going to be the safe option, right? It's typically going to be the really boring one. The second option is what you think is going to be the best, right? What you believe based off the brief, based off the need of the client, what's going to work the best. And the third one is something crazy, really, really out there, just for the hell of it. And typically you'll find that the client is going to pick the middle one because that's the one that you've recommended. Safe is too boring, crazy is, well, too crazy. And you can see this in a lot of other areas in life as well. The best example I have is Netflix. If you look at the Netflix options, they have 3 options. At least the last one I checked, they had 3 options. The first one is kind of really crappy. The middle one is, ideally is probably the one that most people are getting. And the third one is just way over the top. Like, do you need like 5 systems to be able to run like a 4K movies at the same time? Probably not. So most people are going to end up getting that middle option, which is, again, what Netflix wants you to get. So in this case, as a designer, you more or less want your client to pick the design that you like as well. So you'll find that in life, there's a lot of times that this will get broken down into threes as well. All right, so let's jump into this. So we want to work on the most grounded design first. And so the simple thing with a lot of, Clax's sort of antiquity designs is that you have some form of belt, right, to kind of hold up any form of any garment-like thing. And so I'm just going to sketch in a belt over here just to mark it out. I want this to kind of sit on top of kind of like his belly. Again, I know I said before that you want to rotate the screen too much, but sometimes it just makes it a little bit easier to draw. I'm working on a very small desk right now, and so there's not a lot of space for my arm or for me to be able to contort myself around. So I want to apologize for that. So some form of belt, and there's going to be some form of pants that they're going to be wearing. So the pants can really follow what's going on here already in terms of legs, but we now have to make a design decision. Do I cut the pants here, so they're kind of like shorts, or do I cut them at the knees, or do I cut them over here because our leg now spins there, or do I cut them down here? So in this case, I think the easiest one is I'm going to cut it at the knees, right? In terms of, if you think about, the reason why we might have shorts is because of ease of movement, right? So I want to cut it about there. So it's probably still going to be pant-like in terms of there might be just, just kind of cut off there in terms of how this particular, how they might wear it. And then down here, what I'm going to design is, because that's a hinge, right? There's a hinge here, there's a hinge here, and there's a hinge down there in terms of the movement. So I want to design then, I zoom in a little bit, I want to design a pair of boots that are probably going to sit there. And they're purposely going to sit a little bit lower than this hinge to allow this to kind of rotate up and down. And these are considerations I'm putting in. Now the hinge down here is very similar to our toes. So we don't need to worry about that too much, because in terms of just normal boot design or shoe design, shoemakers have pretty much already solved that problem for us, hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, going back to our ancient societies already had footwear. So that's kind of been solved already. And if something's already been solved, there's really no need to go ahead and try and redesign it. Right. One of the issues with redesigning things is that you might be very familiar with what you've redesigned because, well, you get to redesign it and you're very close to the design. But your audience, this is the first time they're seeing it. They may not really understand, right? Some of you watching this may be quite young, so you may not remember this. But I certainly remember when smartphones first came out, and there was a big push to teach people how to use smartphones. Now it's very intuitive. Now everybody knows it, but we often forget that there was a time with any new technology that if you're introducing it something new, you need to teach people how to use it. So we've got the boots down here, and then we've got the pants, and then we've got this sort of nice sort of fat belt. And the reason why I wanted to make the belt a little bit bigger is just because this belly is quite large. Right, the belt doesn't necessarily have to be this thick, but I thought it'd be quite fun. And this is where we start to add in a little bit of that entertainment value, which is the belly's quite large, so it needs a thicker belt to kind of hold everything in place. Now, the other thing that Viking, in terms of Viking dress, that's rather iconic to Viking dress, is this sort of long, relatively long smock or shirt that they have. And typically it has sort of this V-neck. It comes down here, and it drapes down, and there's a seam there, and it's going to sit a little bit above sort of the hips. And so it sort of drapes down like this. So this is a kind of a very typical sort of dress, or shirt, sorry, in terms of the style of dress. And we see this in a lot of cultures, a lot of European cultures. We see it in a lot of Asiatic cultures as well. Sort of long garments. Not really until in the modern era that we start to get like very fitted, very short, relatively short sort of clothing. Just as technology has improved, it's allowed us to do this. Now, I want my character to feel a little bit more aggressive. They are a Viking. It is, even though historically we know Vikings are predominantly traders, but I do want, again, that entertainment aspect. So what will be kind of fun is, because we have a rabbit, and rabbits are generally seen as very docile, very peaceful, I want this rabbit to be some form of berserker warrior. And what I'm doing now is exactly why earlier before I didn't want to spend too much time sort of doing too many crazy poses with the body or anything like that, is because I want to start to change it. I want to start to change certain elements to better fit this character that I'm designing. I'm starting to get a little bit of personality involved, and I'm changing elements slowly. So if we over detailed it at the very beginning, then one of the issues that we may run into is when you start to put in detail, is start to put in, let's say, time and effort. It's really hard then to break away from that and be willing to change, willing to be flexible. Now, obviously, as you get more experience, as you do more of this, you will, be in a better position to better kind of use your experience to help leverage against that. But it's very difficult as a student while we're learning to kind of get in that mindset. I know certainly even for professional work, when I do stuff, if I've committed quite a bit of time on something, it's very hard for me to kind of stop and change it, or to even abandon it, because sometimes you just get a bad design, right? Sometimes certain designs just don't work, and you have to be able to get enough experience, get enough, I suppose, let's say, working maturity to be able to make that decision of like, nope, this isn't working, I've got to abandon this. So just making him a little bit stronger, filling in those gaps. At this point, I'm going to kind of detail out this belt a little bit more. And right now, all of this is very rough, so what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to go through and draw it for all of our characters, and then I'll take one and I will clean one of them up a little bit to a little bit of a higher finish. But we're not going too crazy with the finish for this one, or in this demo, because we are looking at how we actually want to design. And so I'm putting these sort of muscles in that are very human-like, because we are adding, or we are giving these animals human-like qualities. So again, putting in where the hips are. The pants. I guess they're kind of more shorts than anything else. Now, here's the part where we want to start to add in a little bit of that entertainment element in, right? Which is, we want this guy as a warrior. Right, so the other thing that Vikings are known for is obviously a lot of furs, as well as heavy use of chainmail where they could. Right, it was either chainmail or kind of like leather armor. In this case, I thought it would be kind of interesting if I wanted, let's say, I want to make this guy kind of a berserker-like character, and so it'd be kind of funny if I thought, I definitely want to keep the upper torso very bare or very animalistic, or very sort of crude, and then I want the bottom part to be a little bit more refined in terms of the technology that they have access to. So down here, I want to make sure that I have chainmail. Now these days, not so much, but in older generations of game development, you would do things like this, particularly around like joints, so hips, the groin area, knees, shoulders. You would add in elements like these that kind of float. And the reason why you might want to do this is because what you're trying to do is you're trying to hide a joint. And so that means that for the rigger and the animator, when they go through and sort of animate it, make it move, they don't have to worry so much about things clipping into each other. That means elements kind of colliding into something else and things like that. Right, so this is why in a lot of games, not just, it's visually also appealing, but in some games you'll find that you have like characters with giant shoulder pads, and that's to hide some of the articulation, because in terms of what we had access to in the past, in terms of game development or even CG, it's a little bit more limited than what we have today, right? In fact, today we have so much power behind us in terms of what we can do that's not really that much of an issue. But in the past, being able to animate joints, being able to animate, let's say, a muscle contracting or compressing can be quite difficult, right? Or very expensive, and so it doesn't really get done. So you find ways to kind of work around it. Now, I think I do want to thin down this belt though. I think the belt is a little bit too thick. So let's thin it down. But let's change it in the way that we actually have a series of belts. So individually quite thin, but together they actually form a large piece. And what's really cool is a lot of these designs, the belts used to be a little bit too long. They're not too worried about things being perfectly fitted, because you could also adapt it to other things, and so you get these really cool sort of tassels that hang off. And these are really fun because if you think about a character moving as it walks, things like this could be where they might have some form of amulet, some form of charm, and so put a little hammer there that could hang from this, and so as it walks it makes a bit of noise, but also it creates a sense of movement. When we're designing characters, or we're designing anything really, was one thing about movement. In games and movies, we don't get to really interact with things in the way that we do in real life. So things can potentially seem very still. And so we want to try and imbue as much movement, obviously, I guess not as much, but a reasonable amount of movement in our designs, so that, let's say, when the wind blows or when a character walks, that there's visually something going on the screen, so it's not too boring. Okay, so it's a bit of a fighter, so I'm just going to increase the size of the pectorals, and then I'm actually going to shift the arms out a little more just to get like wider shoulders. So I'm picturing sort of the rest of the clan, being very skinny, and then this, it's almost like a very skinny guy, very tall, lanky guy, but has just spent maybe a little bit too much on working on his chest. So you get this weird sort of, really wide sort of chest, but really thin, a really thin neck. Okay. So that's the upper body, and we have some of our costume elements done. And let's start to get down to the boots. So again, I'm going to have a look at some of my references and have a look at the boots that were commonly used, or the footwear that was commonly used. So one of the interesting ones was that you would have these boots, and then they would have these straps that would crisscross the boots to kind of hold it in. And the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to lengthen the feet a little bit. So I'm just going to move this whole thing up, because again, I still want this to feel like, here's a rabbit, so he's got to feel like he should be able to move very quickly, right? He's got to have that feeling. He's got to be able to turn on a dime, so to speak. So these more form like garters than anything else. I might change these from boots, like I said, into garters to show that there's a little bit of a foresty element to this. Again, it's not sort of a heavily armored warrior, because we've got our pug and our crab as well, and they're going to fulfill that sort of role. Put a little bit of shadow over here just to show that that leg kicks back. So for me personally, I find that as I start to resolve a certain section, I just want to put in some heavier line weight or heavier shadow areas, and most of the time it's there to just remind me about the form that this surface has. Otherwise, it's very easy to forget. At least for me, I find it very easy to forget. So I try and kind of put this stuff in quite early. There is a benefit of putting in it later. It is you have a little bit more control over. You don't have to fix as much later on. So if I want to change anything at this point, right, if I want to change the positioning of certain things, I have to go back and kind of fix some of the shadows. So if I did them last, it just means that there's less that I need to fix. But also, for me, I feel that it runs a risk that I forget what, or I lose track of what I wanted to do. So in this case, I think I'm going to keep his feet kind of bare. So we'll still give him like the original rabbit feet. I don't want this to be too human. So start to add these things here. Other stuff that, if I'm looking at some of these reference images in terms of some Vikings, we can start to put in things like, these little things you might feel like, well, it's kind of, these don't feel that important. But little things like pouches, where they might store, some coinage, where they might have, little knickknacks and things like that. They start to add a little bit more to a design, because they start to make the character look like they actually live in the world. There's constraints and things like that. They need to carry money. They need to, have tinder to be able to start a campfire. Right? They need to have like, a small knife to be able to cut their, cut food or forage. Little things like that can really help sell the realism of a character, even though, in this case, we are dealing with a rabbit, I guess a rabbit man. This stuff starts to make it feel like this rabbit man lives in the, that their world, they're living, breathing creatures in there. So your design doesn't look too out of place. Now we have some of this chainmail at the front. We also want to think, we have some at the side as well over here. So this is, with this sort of angle coming down, like so, we probably have to wrap something back here as well. Right, so chainmail becomes kind of like a skirt. And this presents us with a nice opportunity, and that we can use that to pop, that heel. Now you're seeing me right now kind of draw in red. You really draw in whatever color you like. I've recently enjoyed working red. I feel like there's less pressure, and then what I do is I just kind of change the color later on to something a little bit more traditional. But I find it's a little bit more, I certainly find a little bit more less stressful. Black is such a severe color that it can feel really, really sort of severe, and I can't really make any mistakes on it. Let's quickly save that. So let's get down to the arms at this point. I think I'm just going to make the arms a little, I'm going to make them more spindly, so that they're not sort of big, chunky arms. Put some cuffs onto our character over here. We don't really know if they had this, or if they actually did this, or if this was a movie thing. But again, a lot of what we do is entertainment. We are trying to capture what is believable, but at the same time we're also trying to do what our audience is expecting us to do as well. Let's fix this arm over here. I actually might change this a little bit. Let me get rid of this. So I've got the body position here. I think the head a little bit too forward. I might bring it back a little bit more. Readjust the neck. Get to stand. I might drop that a little bit just to get this whole thing to feel a bit better. Connect down to the throat. So these larger sort of, I always thought like herbivores have these really creepy looking eyes, since they're just like these giant orbs. Just going to flatten the head a little bit more, just to give the ears a little bit more room. Now I've got my character and they're pretty much sitting pretty grounded at this point. And early on, before I had the idea of making them kind of a little bit more of a berserker-like character, but I think it might not fit as well. What I do really want though is I want to give him like this big kind of cloak, right? Big sort of fur coat. Really play up the idea that they are in a cold climate. And I'm just going to rough out roughly where the coat is. And in this case, we want to think about, we need the arms to do something. There's a lot of weight at this point towards the back of the character. So if we were to look at the character at this stage, that's their torso, the belly's kind of there, and the legs come out. There's a lot of weight getting placed on the back, right? That's the head. So I want the arms to be a little bit forward so that it counterbalances it a little bit more. Otherwise it feels like you could just topple backwards. So since the face is kind of at peace, I want to rest the arm. So you can see me drawing out different sections of the arms in the parts that we're not really going to see. About perspective. So I wanted to maybe rest on some form of axe that might come down. faint enough. Something like this. And I don't particularly want the character to be holding a shield, because if they're holding a shield, it kind of then just blocks a lot of stuff. I'll emphasize that knee over here a little bit more. So I think, what can I do with this arm on this side? So he has an axe on this side, maybe the arm on here. Actually, we could maybe get the shield in. Let's say shoulders come down, biceps are there, and then we rest the arm. Let's say the arm is on a shield. And take like a rather larger sort of roundish cut shield. Something like that, or alternatively we could go with a classic sort of round, largest round shield. Let's go with that. I think that's a better shape. Now, rather than drawing it, we can just simply create a marquee and then put in a stroke. So 7, that should be large enough. So like that, and we should be able to adjust it accordingly. I really only just want the side of the shield to be seen, right? So it's going to be resting just under the, just a little bit before the wrist. Something like that. And I want to cut this shield so it's leaning a little bit in. So it feels like it's a little bit more stable. So of course, our character right now has rabbit feet in that they have like a paw. Logically speaking, we, you know, if we think about it, the hands are probably going to be paws as well, but then that's not really going to work if we want our characters to interact with the world and hold things. So again, we're taking a little bit of liberty with this in terms of the logic, and we're just going to say, okay, well, they're going to have human-like hands, right? In terms of they're going to have fingers. Look at the shield. The shield is probably going to have some pattern on it, but more importantly, it's probably going to have some form of boss in the middle, just so that the hand can kind of go in. And the reason why I want to put that in is that it creates another form on a relatively flat surface. Otherwise it's going to be really boring if it was just this one single flat surface. Right, some scratches and things on it. Now we can start to put in terms of the shirt that comes down, I want to cut it to the top. Over here, I forgot to mention this. So it's more like an apron-like thing. Well, our characters feel very sort of masculine, very rugged. Right, so obviously not all Vikings are, kind of blood, blood-obsessed berserkers. Like I said a little bit earlier, we know that historically a lot of them were merchants. They were traders on the whole. They raided and pillaged because of the lack of resources, but where possible they could trade because, why risk death or injury or being maimed when you could actually just trade? But we still, entertainment-wise, think about Vikings as being very sort of violent, as it were, uncivilized, in popular media. The truth of that is obviously quite different and very nuanced, but again, we're thinking about our mass entertainment here. What are people going to expect? Our job at the end of the day for concept art is to entertain people, is to make people kind of set aside the practical elements of their lives for a little bit, little things that they have to worry about. We're trying to make sure that people can kind of set that aside and just enjoy their enjoy being lost in the fantasy world for a couple of hours. And that fantasy world might have rabid Vikings. Same sort of wrist protection element there. Now, the other thing, why I'm covering like these particular joints is we also want to think about, at least for me, when I design things, one of the things that I was taught, and I kind of kept it at heart because I thought it was pretty important, was I always try and design things for production, right? So obviously the things about hiding joints can be very useful for production, but I also try and think about my designs as a toy. If it was being manufactured as a toy, what is going to make that manufacturing process easier? So if I hide the joints, for example, with this wrist wrap or with a cloak, that means that if you were to turn this into a toy, you wouldn't have to worry about hiding the articulation as much, in terms of you could use easier, cruder articulation points that may drop the cost needed to make this, to manufacture this, right, or to repair it. So I try to think about it like that. So if a kid is playing with it and it breaks, it's a little easier to hide. It's a little easier to hide certain things. If you're as a parent or as a manufacturer, it just means that it's a little easier to fix. It's a little easier to hide imperfections, things like that. Now, this is not about being lazy with our design. It's really important to keep that in mind, because we actually have to do more work when we're trying to hide these things. What it's about is trying to think about, okay, well, what is the legacy? What is the shelf life of this particular design? Can it be used for other things besides the immediate project? And with how interconnected IPs are, or intellectual property is today, you're not just making a movie, you're not just making a game, you're really making a franchise. And that franchise, goes to like lunchboxes, it's going to go to toys, models, VR experiences, and all that sort of stuff. It's going to block out the shadows from the cloak. I'm going to use that to pop the chest and help define a little bit our foreground, or our foreground, midground, and background. Although with the character, it's a little harder to distinguish those things because everything is quite close. But yeah, so part of hiding some of this is not so much laziness. It is really predicated on, okay, well, what else could we take this design? If we were to translate this design into another medium, what options does it give us? Now we can be very mercenary-like when we think about these things, very sort of capitalist, I suppose. No, capitalist is not the right word for it. We can be a little bit more sort of, I don't really know how to word it, but we can be a little bit more driven about just like the marketability of something, or we can see it as a way of extending the reach of our design to a wider audience. right? So that, I certainly remember as a little kid, I loved getting toys from my favorite shows. It made me feel that I was somehow involved in them, and that they became, the value of the show has become a lot more than just kind of what you watch. And so I like to think that when I'm designing things, I'm kind of doing the same thing, trying to ensure that, okay, well, if we were to expand this, how would that affect the people enjoying or people watching this show, playing this game, etc., etc. The other thing is, a nice way to work out if a design is really cool or not is, would you pay, $20-$30 for this statue, this toy, this action figure to be on your desk? If you have like a little brother or little sister, or you have kids of your own, or nieces and nephews, would you be proud of buying this? Shelling out the money to buy this so that they could have it. There's a lot of things I've worked on that didn't end up being the best, but I wouldn't mind buying a lot of the merchandise from them, because I'm quite proud of the effort that everybody put in. And if I've done my job right, they should look pretty cool as little toys or little knickknacks that can sit on your desk. Now I can go through and I can add a talk or something, but the other thing I'm thinking is maybe I should add a beard. I have no idea what a beard is going to look like on this rabbit character, so let's create a new layer and let's try and sketch over a beard, and see if it looks any good. So let's drop the opacity for this so the beard shows a little bit more. But if I have sort of this crazy beard that comes down, maybe it's pleated. I think it loses a little bit too much of the nose, and we start to hide this section back here. So I don't think a beard is a good idea. But another great thing about Photoshop is that we have these layers, so we can test things out. If it doesn't work, we can just get rid of it. Just going to drop the ear on this side a little bit. Some form of warrior. Let's put in a little cuts and things in the ears, just to show that they've been in battle. Of course, at this point we can also decide, like, oh, what if I want the ears to be drooped down, right? Something like that. Again, let's find out. Let's see if we go ahead and we design the ears based on our reference images. Maybe they don't flop down. Maybe they kind of cut back. It starts to look a little bit like Batman, but think about it, there's that classic, just since we've got this layer here, I can experiment a little bit with sort of the classic sort of Viking helmet. But if we have the Viking helmet, those ears are going to be a problem, unless we kind of put holes in the helmet and kind of just roars the whole thing. This is a gap here, and the ears kind of poke out. It looks a little bit silly. So again, let's, if it doesn't look cool, let's just get rid of it. Now, the face is the critical part of any design for a character, right? Because that's what people are going to be really focusing on the most. They're really looking at faces. So I just want to put a little bit more detail on the face than on some of the other areas. Again, looking back at my references, on-screen references, we can see the eyes of the rabbit. So just going to put those in, and then we're just going to erase out certain areas to kind of capture the reflection of light. So a better idea is, let's kind of color this in, or let's fill it in, and then we'll erase out the parts. No shadow for the neck, just to help separate out the chin. Don't want too much stuff down here. Yeah, it's a pretty low shadow for the cloak. And we can use the shadow to help define a little bit of the form along the body. Kind of like a wrapped section of the axe. Now I need to make sure that the axe definitely sits in front, so I'm just going to purposely exaggerate the line weight of the axe, so we definitely know that this thing sits in front of everything else. Same thing with the shield. The axe and the shield effectively act as bookends for my design right now to define the widest point, I suppose, of our character. So past the shield or the axe, it is not our character anymore. And to help ground our design a little bit more, I'm going to erase into this and put a little bit of grass. So, when we talk about grounding our characters, sometimes we literally mean grounding them in terms of putting them into a space that has a ground plane. So maybe around the neck here we might have another sort of amulet to Thor. Didn't mean to zoom in. Right, so here's our design for our Viking rabbit. I'm going to shade a little bit of the ears. And so here we go. Going to increase the length of the pants over here, just so that we don't get any sort of weird bad tangents. All right, so here's our rabbit. So the next one is, let's see, we've got our rabbit done. How about then we move on to the pug? All right, let me just cut him out. So it's an actual separate part. And we're going to color code this guy to green because he's done. And we're just going to shift it away. And now let's have a look at our Gothic pug. Okay, we're just going to resize to make it a little bit easier. And again, just like our rabbit, we're going to look into, we can gather some references. So in this case, I have a Gothic sort of knight, but what I guess what I kind of mean is like heavy infantry is really what I mean, from probably the late medieval period. So I'm going to start to do a quick research. So I'm going to pause the video, do some quick research, find some reference images, and we'll dive into this this pug afterwards. All right, so we've got our pug over here. Just going to arrange that. So I want him to be kind of, like I said a little before, it's kind of heavy medieval infantry. One of the really cool things about medieval infantry, particularly sort of on foot, is that they have all these armor plates, which I think would be a nice visual mix. Sorry, not a visual mix. It would be a nice visual callback to, pugs or bulldogs, where they have like all these kind of flappy layers of skin. So we're going to do the same thing as we did before, and so we're going to start to kind of dress our character from the bottom up in terms of the main garments that they'll have underneath. So typical of knights is that they're going to have some form of gambeson underneath, which is kind of like this padded frock coat sort of thing. It's going to sit a little bit below the natural waist, which is about there, just above the hips. It's going to have quite a large neck. And the reason why I want this in is a lot of times in medieval armor is that this actually shows through. So it's pretty important that we place this garment in so that when we layer the armor, the metal armor on top, we know where it's actually going to sit over the material, where the gambeson is going to then be hidden, and so on. Right, so when we think about medieval armor, right, knights in particular, or even men-at-arms, it's not one sort of, they're not just in like an Iron Man suit. The thing has multiple layers. Right, so there's like padded I guess like a cotton weave underneath with wool. There's leather protective elements to it. A lot of times the sleeves, for example, on the gambeson are not actually stitched to the the main body of it. They're actually attached via leather straps that allows customability or customization with the armor depending on what they need it for. Right, so there's some really cool stuff, and I would recommend, if any of you have an interest in sort of doing period pieces, whether it's sort of medieval, whether it's 1800s, Victorian, something like that, particularly for those of you interested in steampunk, get books on how they actually wore things. For example, the garments worn by Victorian era women or men. And if you understand what people wear underneath their clothes, you'll get a better idea of how to actually dress them and what that form is going to look like. We're used to today, in terms of if you just look at the average man or woman on the street with the clothes that they have, you're probably looking at some form of top, right? T-shirt, blouse, button-up shirt, pants, and underneath you would have, obviously underneath you have underwear, and that's kind of it, right, for modern times. But if you go back a little further, if you go back to the 1800s, there's all this sort of stuff that goes underneath, particularly for women's garments. If you go back even further, same thing for men's garments as well. There's a lot of stuff that goes underneath what we see to create the form and the shape that we've gotten used to. So here's a rough outline of what the gambeson would be. In this case, for the pug itself, it'll be kind of tight, form-fitting leather breeches or pants. So we're going to keep this bottom part as is for now, just because, if it's going to be a tight sort of fitting, this will more or less handle it. And let's start thinking about, the main selling point, because that's going to be this top part over here, right? I said a little bit earlier with our previous character, the rabbit, that inevitably with any sort of design, we're always going to be looking at the face. So if we think about knights and when we think about soldiers, of all eras and time periods, what do we focus on as a character? Generally the face, and then what's on the torso. So let's focus on that first. I want to keep the head exposed. I don't want to hide it with some form of armor, because then we lose that, the whole point of doing a pug. But the first thing that I want to do is I want to add some form of breastplate to this pug. And a breastplate sits a little bit above, a little bit below where the rib cage kind of ends in the middle, and it's going to kind of curve around with a slight curve, but otherwise it's kind of normally, it may very well, in this case actually, I'm just going to make it kind of like a flat cut across. And the reason why the breastplate kind of sits there is because the soldier or the knight underneath has to be able to crunch forward. So if you have the breastplate going all the way down to the belly, there's no way that they could rock their chest forward. They can't crunch their abs, in other words. It's going to stop them. So we have to make sure that it stops where it is. We don't see this a lot in, obviously, when we see like pictures of armor, because we just see people, oftentimes we see these where people are kind of standing. We don't really see the full movement. Of course, the armor itself, kind of like a bathing suit or a singlet, it protects the main torso, and it leaves quite a bit along the armpit that's open. And again, that's not because they want to introduce some weakness for the enemy to exploit, like in a game, but it's more so that the knight itself can maneuver around. And what hangs below the breastplate, in terms of this top section of the breastplate, is you have a series of articulated hoops that are going to hang down, and the articulation just allows them to accordion together. So that means that as you do that crunch, they can slide into each other, right? So that makes it a little bit more flexible, a little bit more maneuverable. And I'm just going to quickly kind of mark down roughly where they are. Now these are of a similar size right now. Later on, I have to remind myself that I need to change them in terms of the thickness. I need to remind myself that I need to change these so that we get our large, medium, and small elements when we're designing. It's really important when we're designing to have shapes that are both large, right? Shapes that are large, shapes that are medium size, and then shapes that are small. Otherwise, we end up with a very bland sort of design. Bulldogs tend to not have, pugs tend to not have a kind of a thick, they tend to have like kind of a thick, fat neck. So we want to put in this sort of neck guard, this gorget that's going to come around. And hopefully now we start to see a little bit of what I talked about a little bit earlier, why I wanted this pug to be represented by a knight, is that we start to get these layers that start to form as the armored elements go on. And I think that is quite a nice design element for this particular character. I'm going to carry that all the way across over here. So the gorget typically is a separate part, and so it's a floating part as well, in that it moves, it can be moved around independent from the breastplate. It can be fastened on the breastplate, or it can be fastened onto something else, which allows it to move a little bit more freely. So we're going to sit it and end it a little bit further up, like this. So that's the first one in there. And then we're going to do another inner gorget over here. It's kind of funny because the pug really has no neck. We're spending quite a bit of time designing neck armor for it, or neck protection for it. So right now everything that I'm doing is pretty real, pretty historical, so it's a little bit dull. But once we have this foundation in, it's going to allow us to then have a little bit more fun, because we have that base that we can work from. So we want, at this point, large, medium, small. So I got the large in terms of the breastplate. Medium, I guess we could say that is. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to purposely increase that length. I'm going to make that progressively get a little bit smaller. Let's kind of clean that up in terms of that perspective. There we go. Again, I apologize for kind of rotating this around. I know it can be very disorientating, but I'm working on a very small sort of space here, so it's very hard for me to contort my body around it. So now we have these large, medium, and small sort of hoop sections. That's going to cover the abdomen. And of course, let's put in a belt so that we have a little bit of a soft surface running on top of the hard surface in terms of the armor. along the side. Actually, no, let's go down first. We still have the gambeson down here. And what I want to do at this point is I want to introduce some hip plates. Right? And they're going to sit a little bit above the subarticulation point because they tend to get strapped on to it. Hip plate is pretty straightforward. So we have this piece down here, and again, all of this right now I am referencing photos from museums, right? So Imperial War College, National British Museum, things like that. And so when you're designing these things, museums, particularly like medieval stuff, soldiers and things like that, museums are the ideal place to get a lot of this information. They have a lot of information, and a lot of it is free. Right? And because it's free, well, why not use it? And you know that it's accurate. You know that it's been verified. To a certain degree, obviously. Everybody makes mistakes from time to time, but you know that's going to be more verified than if you did a deep dive into Pinterest, for example. Now, this leg comes out like this, which means that it's probably going to over here kick into our hip plate, which means that if we do design a hip plate, it's going to be on an angle running down like this. So again, let's put that in. I'm very careful whenever I draw to make sure that things are in perspective. Perspective, if you've seen my other videos where I describe perspective is kind of, as how I see it, perspective is a language. Right? It's a common language that we as visual artists or designers, that we utilize to help communicate what we're trying to do. And so if we don't get our perspective right, it's going to be very hard for people to understand what we're trying to do. Right? So imagine if you were trying to order some lunch and you used a completely foreign language. The person behind the counter is not going to understand what you want. They might be able to interpret what you want, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Right, so we want to be able to speak the same language, and in terms of the same visual language, and that is and the way that we achieve that is to use perspective. So there's our respective hip plates. Continue that through, and under the hip plates, there's generally going to be a there's going to be some form of chain mail. So I want the chain mail though to sit a little bit underneath the gambeson, in terms of at least what's protecting the hips. It would be kind of fun then if I was going to show the belly a little bit. I think that could be kind of interesting, just really kind of a bit of a fat knight. But actually no, I don't think I'll do that. I might add it in a little bit later. But we know that under the gambeson, so around sort of the hip area, we're going to have chainmail. And chainmail being heavy, it's going to more or less hang down straight until it meets a surface. And that classic pattern for medieval chainmail, this sort of triangular, almost like fluted-like thing. Make sure that should be relatively flat. There we go. So there's our chainmail. I'm going to save this area over here for maybe some weapons, some pouches, just again to kind of add a little bit more flavor to our character. Let's go back to the shoulders. So classic medieval sort of armored shoulder. In this case, actually, I want to keep this where, let's say, we still expose a little bit of the gambeson. We see the back of the I guess the breastplate. I guess it would be a back plate. Probably be a better terminology for it. And I want to keep I'm not sure if I want to keep the shoulders exposed or not. Actually, I should probably, let's put the shoulders in. Right, because with the shoulders in, get to show a little bit of some lobster plate, which is going to play in again to this idea of these overlapping parts, right? Kind of like the folds of the skin. So this particular armor that I'm kind of using as my base right now is kind of a very sort of generic late middle or middle ages heavy infantry. Right, so typically used by knights on foot. As we get into late medieval, like moving away from mid-medieval period, this is when you start getting selective plate on just certain parts because you get gunpowder. The moment you get gunpowder, there's not much need for to be fully armored at that point, because it can just penetrate through the armor that you have. So you start to armor particular areas that you might get contact with if you were if you're getting stuck into it, right? Where a sword or a bayonet or something might hit you. You're less worried about just kind of protecting everything. Because if there's no point in terms of if whatever armor you have is not going to protect you against the predominant sort of projectile weapon, which is going to be bullets at this point, or not bullets, I guess, musket rounds, whatever that might be, whatever that terminology would be, but let's say bullets. If bullets aren't really going to protect you, you don't really want to carry around all that excess weight because it's pretty tiring. It's expensive as well. So we have the armored plate here, and that is probably going to get held in by some form of leather strap, which means that now we know where to start to deform that gambeson underneath. Over here, where we get the armpit, I want to do sort of an additional sort of circular plate, like a tilting shield. You see these in armor for knights and footmen as well, and they're kind of these circular discs, and they're really there to protect the armpit, to stop any blows from kind of getting in there. And what that's going to do is going to give us some opportunity to do some really nice sort of shadow work or some drapery sort of folds underneath. And then we're also going to have the elbow armor, I guess. And this guy is really hard to draw. I like medieval armor, but this part is always really tricky. Just the shape that it has. So we're just going to do a half one, because I don't want this guy to be, well, you know what, no, let's do a full one. Why not? Shouldn't be afraid of doing things that are difficult, especially I think it would just look a lot cooler as well. So this part cuts in, and this part obviously is going to cut in as well. But what makes this sort of armor a little bit difficult is that this midpoint, you get the reverse shape, which is rather than kind of a concave shape, you get a convex shape coming out. It's very sort of visual, like form-wise, it's a really interesting transition. But if you're trying to draw it, it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But when you can pull it off, it is, oddly enough, well, I find it very satisfying. I don't know what other people think. I find that form very, very interesting. It's a very sort of unique form. I don't really see it much elsewhere. This armor is going to be a little bit heavier, so it's probably going to push in the gambeson a little bit, so it's going to allow it to pop over here. Little rivets to kind of hold things in. Let's start to embolden some of these elements over here. Let's clean up a little bit along this jawline. So we said before there's a gamuts underneath, right? This padded sort of thing. So maybe a little bit of the collar is going to come up. There's going to be a little bit of padding, right? Because it's going to be very uncomfortable with kind of metal chafing directly on skin. This is probably going to allow a little bit of this to kind of float up, maybe act as a collar. Right, speaking of which, I thought it'd be very fun because again we're dealing with a dog, and that we use the neck armor over here. This is where we add a little bit of entertainment in. We kind of put studs on it, reminiscent of that iconic sort of iconic dog collars. Incidentally, the history of this is more, you would have this on dogs in the mountainside in Europe, and you'd have this around your dog because they're kind of protecting the herds from bears or wolves, and it prevents those animals from kind of biting down on the neck for these guard dogs. So you'd have these sort of studs. It's really interesting. So I didn't know this. I thought this was kind of I just thought it was, growing up you see it and you just, at least for me, I just assumed that's just what dog collars look like. It wasn't until my wife explained to me, because she's from a mountain area in Europe, and she kind of brought like, oh well, they're developed. That's the history behind them, right? Because a lot of these dogs, because she lives around the Pyrenees, they were developed as a way to kind of help the dogs fend off the bears and wolves from getting attacked or getting overwhelmed by so the dog's getting overwhelmed by like a pack of wolves or something, because they'll go for the throat to try and kill the dog, and so it just helps protect it. Right, so we've got this section over here, so that's kind of done. And we also want big gauntlets, and then like tiny little hand things, because again I think that would just be kind of funny, like, because pugs, in terms of how pugs look, their shape is a little all over the place. They've got like these giant sort of heads, but then it's a little bit mismatched to the rest of the body. Right, they're very adorable dogs, but at the same time you kind of feel but like terrible as part of the human race, in that we've bred these things to look really just messed up, and we find it really cute. Because they have all sorts of a friend of mine got a pug, and he realized that they have all sorts of breathing problems, and if you're not careful, apparently if they sneeze too hard, their eyes can pop out, and you gotta pop them back in. It's like that's a at some point, like, that is a terrible trait to breed into an animal, just so that it can look cute. So there's the hand. Put some bolts in there, some rivets in there. We still have that sort of soft area there. Now we've got this one arm done already, so we can let's put a pin in that. I'm just going to put in a little bit of shadow on the side just to help distinguish these parts. But let's work on the legs a little bit more, so that we start to actually fill out the design of what we have. Let's quickly save our work. Right, so we've got our hip plates. Let's go ahead and quickly just kind of put in the where the straps would kind of hold it together. We'll anchor it onto this middle hoop over here. So now I've got the chainmail down here. Let's think a little bit about the armor at the knee. Okay, we're just going to follow the design of the real armor, because this knee joint is really, it's more or less quite human. So we don't have to worry about the animal element just yet. And of course, up on the collar, we made adjustments for the wide neck that our character has. Again, really cool thing. Just going to erase this for a moment. Medieval armor, as they have again that sort of that almost like kind of like bunny ears, really, or butterfly wings, kind of coming out from the side. The technology that went into, or the thought that went into designing the armor, like these plate armor pieces, is pretty astounding. If you look at the form, they're not simple slabs of metal, they're really complex forms. And these things were often designed to, done based off the particular knight, so they were all very much like custom pieces. So it's going to go up there, we're going to have another piece there. At this point, I'm going to put in a little bit of the shadow. Because I want to show that this part is clearly sitting underneath everything else. That gambeson is going to follow through on this side. Now, this is where we have to start to be a little bit careful as we get down to the feet, because this is where we get that reverse joint. So we probably still want, because again, thinking about our articulation points, our hinge points there and there. So in terms of the armor, this part probably doesn't change. All right, so on this side, that particular element doesn't really change that much. Makes our job a little easier. Taper it in a little bit. But as we translate to this side, this is when we have to start thinking about it. So of course this shin element here, that part won't change, right? Because it's not a hinge point, it's not an articulation point, but we then have to design around it where this hinge is. Get that knee plate in. Now the reason why I'm putting in the knee plates in first before the other parts is that in terms of how this armor actually gets put on, these sort of medieval heavy armor, the knee plate sits above everything else. Right, so I need to work out where that thing is going to sit before I can kind of start adding other elements in. If there's a hinge plate there, I'm going to have another armored piece below, and that might have some articulated joints here. Right, that might be able to collapse. We might see a little bit of it there. And behind is where we might see some of that, in terms of the pants, kind of the breeches kind of showing through. And then because it is a knight, it'll be kind of ridiculous, but kind of fun. Again, this is where we have to think about the entertainment side with everything. is we might decide to give our pug very, very long sort of sabaton. I think they're called sabatons. The feet armor. It's been quite a while since I had to actually remember exactly what these things were called. But when you are designing, or when you're on a project that needs to be very accurate, it's very important to know what this thing is, because if you're communicating to a costume designer, if you're communicating to someone else on the team, you need to make sure that you're both speaking the same language, insofar as, if you start to say, well, if you, let's say you're working on something that's a little bit contemporary and you keep referring, and let's say the female lead's costume, if you keep calling the footwear boots or shoes, but what is really happening is that the character needs heels, then that can cause some confusion with the costume department, right? And vice versa, if you actually want the character to be wearing boots, but you keep referring back to it as, heels, or if you keep referring back to it as like running shoes or runners, then that can be very confusing as well. So you do want to make sure that you kind of learn the lingo. And it's not very hard, just go on Wikipedia sometimes. Like, take some time out, go on Wikipedia, read up about this sort of stuff. Now let's add in a little bit of the shadows. So to add in a little bit of directional shadow at this point, because we want to show that, let's say, light is coming from this this angle. It just helps us plot our rough shadows, and these are rough estimates of shadows as well. These are not perfect shadows, but their job is not to be a accurate representation of the shadow. Their job is there just to be close enough to help shape form. Right, form is really important. We have to ensure that when people look at this, they read the right shape or the right form that we want them to. Let's bring that down. Oops. You can see just by putting in a little bit of these shadow elements, our design becomes a lot easier to read. And since some of these are metal parts, we can use it as a way to show our audience that it's slightly reflective. To give them an idea of what the material is without having to go through and render everything. Particularly when you're doing sketches like these, we also want to think about, this is kind of a, should we say, a halfway between a thumbnail and a sort of refined, or a design, a more refined design. So a lot of these heavy shadows are also there to help establish a little bit of the areas of light and areas of dark. This is pretty important when you're designing something. You always want to be cognizant of bits that are going to be bright, bits that are going to be, I guess, darker. Right? We don't really need complicated terms for that. It's just really like bright areas and dark areas. Of course, there are specific, very technical terms for a lot of these, but I'm of the opinion that things should be kept relatively simple. If there's a simple way of calling something, then let's just call it the simple way. Otherwise, you end up in a whole series of arguments about sort of naming things, how how things are named, the correct terminology, and then you forget that. Well, why? What's the point? Why we name this? Well, we named it just so it's easier to communicate. So if you start to, if you have like a really complicated thing or way to describe something, and there's a simpler way, then let's switch to a simpler way, because it's all about getting effective communication across. I think it was one of the things that annoyed me the most when I was teaching at university, where you had constant arguments about the sort of just how things are called. It used to drive me nuts. I think there was one argument which was like the correct terminology of how to hold a marker at a particular angle. And ultimately it's like, well, does it really matter? Not really. I'm sure it's very interesting to know, but yeah, in terms of how useful that is, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's someone out there who might find that very, very useful, but it's not me. Putting a little bit of thickness on some of these so that we know that it's not just kind of flat tissue paper. And so we show the material, but we also want to show the thickness of that material as well where possible. So you'll notice sort of down here in the gamson, when I have this section, let's say, come out, and then there's that hip plate that joins there, you'll notice that when I do the shadows, right, not just the direct shadows behind it, but I want to get this, when I get to this ridge, I'm also trying to get a little bit of curvature in there before I drop it back down. And the reason why I'm doing that is I'm trying to visualize or to show people that there is a bump there. There's a roundish bump there. So it's a change in the surface information. It's very small. It's not that important, but these little things mean that if you get in the habit of doing this, as you work on, when you get into your bigger, more important elements, it becomes a lot easier to remember to do this sort of stuff. So let's block this in. Now, if you've seen my other videos, sometimes I can go and zoom in and really detail out a lot of designs. But and that's really fun to do. Like putting in details is really, I find it really fun to do. But what's important though to keep in mind is we want to think about the task at hand. Like, what is it that we're trying to achieve? So if we're trying to achieve an idea, like a quick concept thumbnail, we want to make sure then that we actually achieve that. So there's a little bit of speed that's involved. We're trying to get the idea out as quick as possible. But if we're trying to clean something up, then that's where we want to be a little bit more, spend a little bit more time. But having said that, we're definitely not trying to skimp on time while doing this either. We're just not going in and kind of really detailing out like every scratch on the surface and things like that. Fix up the eyes and the ears. Let's put in a little indicators that it's chainmail. Of course, we need to put in the other side, right? We kind of erased this arm before because the armor would actually cut into what we see. But because there's also armor on that arm, running down that, I guess that would be the right arm, screen left, but our right, so we should be able to see a little bit of the shoulders. I'm going to do this side as a silhouette instead, because we have the form, so that already tells us what it is. And having the silhouette allows me to actually bucket fill this so that I get this side of the character to pop a little bit more. It may or may not work. I do want sort of this light sort of continuous line to run through it, but we'll see. It might make it a little bit too heavy. So just do a quick one right now, and it seems to work quite well, so let's keep it. But we do need to go in now and actually clean this part out, because we start losing sections of it, just to get it to read. Again, it's all about readability, just making sure that things read really well. Now is the really fun part, because now we can go in and we can start to add in the details of what's going to make this particular armor have a little bit more of a gothic feel to it. Edging like this, and this is where we can start to put in a little bit of that fluting. So fluting is that process where blacksmith would start to put in ribs into the armor or into the metal, and the reason why you might want to do that is it actually increases the strength without having to increase the amount of material. So it was used quite a lot sort of in the mid towards late medieval period as technology, in terms of metalsmithing, got a lot better. It was just a shame because its lifespan was relatively short compared to other types of armor. Again, gunpowder. Gunpowder comes in and kind of changes everything. So, you can make there's always the running joke that guns kind of ruin everything, even medieval warfare. This very romanticized idea of knights and things, and early muskets and things kind of just ruin that. Although having said that, firearms were a great sort of democratizer for war, and it certainly gave an edge for traditionally, let's say, peasants to actually have some form of power that they previously wouldn't have, because you couldn't really fight a knight if you were just, if all you had was like a sword or a pitchfork or anything like that. But if you had gunpowder, you actually stood a chance. Not a great one, but you stood a better chance than before. Because before you might have had a sword, or you might have had a bow. You might be able to penetrate through to the armor of the knight, but you can really, the odds are quite low. But once you have gunpowder, definitely not a problem. And let's actually cut in some of this to really sell the fact that it's fluted. So this is a slight sort of vampire-like look, actually, kind of like bat wings. So I guess if we were designing a medieval Batman, we'd probably use a lot of this, these visuals. second belt coming through. We'll just keep this guy unarmored for now. Right. It's pretty stocky already. And I'm going to keep the head fairly bare, right? So we get this nice sort of pug-like face. All right, let's go through and clean this up. Get rid of all this excess. And let's go switch this guy to green, and we can move him up with our rabbit. So we sit these guys next to each other. Again, just kind of go through, clean up some of these. And so we've got our rabbit, we have our pug knight, and finally we have our crab legionary. So here is our crab Roman legionary. So this one's going to be a little tough because we're dealing with something that's very, very far removed from human, although we've given our crab, our crab man sort of humanoid or human-like characteristics. It is still not quite human. So this one's going to be a little bit tougher, but it should probably be the most interesting one. So let's actually do this a little differently than we did with our other designs. We're going to create a new layer, and I'm going to drop the opacity for my crab person at the bottom, and we're going to start thinking about how we could potentially change this to be a Roman legionary. We're going to use the classic Roman legionary. So obviously, Roman Empire lasted for a very long time, different sorts of armor, different sorts of weapons as well through the ages, but we're going to go with the classic sort of imperial Rome with the segmented plates, right, to fit a little bit better with our character over here. So the first thing is, if we think about this as the head, it has a nice sort of look overall of a Roman sort of legionary's helmet, because they do have this sort of, if you look at a Roman legionary helmet, they have these flaps on the side to protect the ears and the cheeks, but they have this sort of neck protector back here, and I think this sort of shape fits really well. But what's truly iconic about Roman armor are the segmented plates. So I'm just going to drop the opacity for this a little bit lower. And it's the segmented plates that run down sort of along the shoulders. Now, we're dealing with a crab person, and I want this guy to feel a little bit more, quite different from the rest. I want the armored plates or the clothing that this guy is wearing to be a little bit more organic, as if this is kind of just what the creature looks like. So we're almost going into like a cryptid sort of territory here, in that from afar it looks as though the creature is armored in the traditional sense. And it's only until you get closer do you realize that it's actually not, right? It's actually part of the body. So we're venturing into, I think it's cryptoids or cryptids, things that kind of, medieval. So we kind of thought like unicorns were real, and then what really happened was someone saw a rhinoceros far away and thought it was a horse with a horn sort of thing. And in this case, I'm using a slightly different technique in terms of I'm drawing over, I'm designing on top of the existing character. And the crab is great for this because this armor really looks like kind of an exoskeleton. So one of the cool things about drawing this sort of stuff, like crustaceans or things with exoskeletons, right? So bugs, crustaceans, crabs and lobsters, things like that. What's really cool is that they're kind of like robots in terms of the way the joining works. So it adds, allows us to have a little bit more fun, takes them away from the complexity of when you're dealing with like soft surface stuff. We have to worry about things collapsing, compressing, expanding, or extending. When you're dealing with crustaceans, there's a little less of that. And this part down here, really, we can just follow our original design. Obviously, there's some soft elements in terms of the joints, but you see how they're really kind of just bracketed by these bigger sections. I think this sort of joint that we had earlier in there, I think this is perfect for it. It definitely gives that feel of the breastplate that the Roman legionaries had. And you see, as I'm drawing this, I'm just starting off with the basic form that it would have. And it's only once I figure out the basic form that I'll go in and kind of, I guess, crabify it, if that's a word. One more. So again, large, medium, and finally we want small. Notice I did it up here as well. Large, medium, and small. We always want this distribution with our designs. It just helps things stand out a little bit more, and it stops when you get repetitive shapes. A form can become very boring. It can also become very difficult to read or to look at. It's not as aesthetically pleasing. And so early on, as we're learning, as we're building up our design skills, we want to adhere to some of these rules. Later on, as we get more experience, we can kind of ditch a lot of these rules. But as we're learning, it's really important to keep these in mind and always kind of drill at home as this subconscious thing that whenever you're drawing, you're just always constantly thinking about large, medium, and small. There will be circumstances and design briefs where you won't have a choice except where you have to have everything the same size and so on. So there's going to be projects like that, but on the whole, most design, like 90% of the designs that you're going to experience, you might end up doing, or you're going to see on TV or in a game, they're going to have this breakdown of large, medium, small. It's a very easy way for humans to look at something and identify their importance, or to be able to separate them into sections. I'm actually just going to, for every joint, I'm just going to hit it with this sort of darker, sort of heavier value. Got a little bit of that thickness coming in. And then if we look at Roman legionary armor, they often have these sort of tassels that run down the front. And so what I'm going to, I just got this sort of, I guess, this abdominal section here, but since we're basing it on crabs, it'd be kind of cool if they were kind of like the feelers that lobsters have. Again, I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but let's find out. Again, we're not trying to replicate, at this point, we're not trying to make this character look like they're wearing clothes like we did with our previous characters. We want this character to look a little bit sort of more organic, more alien, right? As befitting of something from the sea. We always, entertainment-wise and, sort of popular culture-wise, things from the sea always have this sense of otherworldliness, like an alienness to it. So that kind of works. We have segments down there. The other thing we could have done is, let's say it could have been, made out of seaweed. It could have been like another sort of organism that was living on it, like a parasitic or symbiotic sort of creature, and that could have formed the belt. I thought it would be kind of interesting to have these sort of feeders down here, because maybe the mouth is actually down there. Maybe this creature is kind of like a bottom feeder, and so it's using these as it moves along the bottom of the ocean to kind of sense or trawl for food. Again, if we're going to make this character appear as though they're otherworldly or that they're just really alien in nature, then let's actually go for it. Right? We're used to seeing quadrupeds or things on land having a sort of a mouth or sort of eyes and things in a particular position. It'd be kind of cool to play around with that and not have it in those sort of positions to really set it apart, so that when we look at this thing, we know that it's definitely not something that you see every day. Just increasing a little bit of these shadows so that we know that they overlap each other. And then from here we can start to follow or go back to the designs that we had before, right? That base design that I've got underneath here. So in terms of how we approach design or how we execute design, there's always different ways of doing it. The two before, I kind of just drew directly on top. I dressed them. This one, I've created a new layer and I'm redesigning on top where I need to. This sort of armor plate for the Roman legionaries kind of extends all the way to the neck. So I want to extend this there, like so. And this is where we start to build in, or start to sculpt into our design, that peculiar sort of form that we had for the head, where it actually sits above other things. Right, actually protrudes out. And that gives us a great opportunity to put in shadows to show that this thing sits a little further above everything else. Section there. Now the tops of crabs tend to be kind of smooth, so no reason why we won't have that here. But let's cut in. I almost want this section to look kind of like an airplane wing, where the machine gun mounts kind of come out. So we're starting to get a little bit more of our crab coming in, right? Now, let's see, what else can we do to kind of bring in that Roman legionary-ness, I guess. So first, one of the things I'm going to adjust, though, is I'm going to make this a little larger, so it's a little more prominent. I think it was a little too small before. I really want to play up these sort of legionary I guess pauldrons coming off the side. Well, when we think about Roman legionaries, they often have sort of this lateral sort of plumage, right, for the soldiers. So we could do something where it might have some form of growth, some form of spine. Right. It might grow from the center and it might come out. Now, I think that starts to give it a little bit too much of a halo-like look than anything else. Let's just keep it nice and simple. I think simple is going to be the key for this one because the design is already fairly out there. So there's that original mouth. I can add in little other bits in here. We wanted to suggest early on that the mouth was down here. Like I said, that's just really a suggestion. Don't have to stick to it. All right, let's see what else we can do to bring in that sort of sense of a Roman legionary. Let's keep the big claw over here like this. But let's say on this side, and I'm going to quickly block it in. What if on this side, this is the arm that holds the shield, so it becomes smaller. But what can we do in terms of that Roman legionary shield? What can we do possibly to incorporate it into this? Or we somehow design this claw to be a lot smaller but pointier, and then we have this as our big shield. It's heavier, that's why it's kind of dragging on the ground a little, and the claw in here is maybe a little stubbier, something like this. All right, that could be pretty fun to do. So let's actually go ahead and start to design that in. So still using the base of the original design. Claws are going to stay roughly where they are. Let's save this quickly. I do have to be careful as I draw this, because this arm is now getting a little bit out of whack. It needs to be pushed a little bit closer here. But I'm just going to finish drawing this first, and then I'll come back and I will shift it back into position. So I think this is a little bit large. I think what we want is something more, let's say, something more rectangular in look, not necessarily bigger. So something like this. And I'm actually going to drop this arm down. Let's go ahead and move this entire arm a little bit closer to the body. So it feels like it could actually defend itself. These overlapping joints. So over here, actually let's add another plate. So as you guys watch these videos, hopefully you can kind of see at least my design process or my design thinking, and hopefully you also get a better awareness that, you know, when you're doing this, and actually a lot of this takes time. You know, I'm doing all of this in real time to kind of demonstrate that when we see stuff online, it's very easy to, well, it's not very easy, like we don't know how long it took someone to do it, and so it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking that, you know, it was done in like, you know, 20 minutes or something. But the reality is, if you want good work, if you want quality work, it takes time. And if you want to improve as well, it's going to take time. There's no magic brush that's going to make things easier. And you'll notice, you know, I'm just using a default brush. I've just kind of taken one of the calligraphy brushes because I just want a little bit of, you know, I guess inaccuracies. So it's not so perfect. But I've just got a calligraphy brush, and as part of that default package that you get in Photoshop, and I just use that most of the time. In fact, if I open up my brush library, you'll see that, you know, all of this is really just, there's some texture brushes, but these are all actually part of the default package. And to be honest, you know, the main texture brush that I use, even when I paint, is really just the chalk brush, the chalk and pastel brush. Everything else is just a hard round circle brush. Maybe, you know, final 1 or 2% is using the soft brush. So here's our claw arm, and we want to think about the legs. Not much particularly of interest with Roman legionaries. They just kind of have like this skirt that they would wear, and then that was it. The feet or the legs were pretty much bare, short for, you know, except for maybe some sandals. Officers might have some sort of shin protection, but otherwise, you know, ideally the shield is meant to have protected most of the legionary. Let's move on to this other half of the body. Let's put our rib sections in. Now what I'm also trying to do is, I'm being very heavy-handed on the right side, screen right, you know, where I'm working on right now, to define a lot of the elements. I'm going to purposely be a little bit more suggestive, a little lighter with my line work on the other side, to kind of indicate as a sort of a shorthand that things are now further away. And so because it's further away, it's not as heavy. Now it is a little trickier because you have to be very careful making sure that every line that you have is more or less the line that you want. Otherwise it just ends up being the same as, you know, this side over here. And I'm doing this purely just to kind of add a little bit more variety in terms of the visuals, and to help create a better sense of depth. And so there's the armored plate on the other side. There's that rib plate. So we're going lighter on the line work, but our shadows can still be quite a little bit bolder, just to help things pop a little bit more. So it's a little lighter in detail, but it should contrast well with the other side, which is quite heavy. So again, like I said a little bit earlier, what we're trying to do for this stage is we're getting kind of like a halfway point between a thumbnail and a more refined design. Right? We're kind of sticking to this mid ground where we're kind of trying to catch both of these, or at least elements of them. So there's that focus on sort of light values and dark values, or where potentially they might be. Here with the kind of the head shell, let's make sure we get that sort of deep resonance of that shadow over here. Now, contouring is a pretty important thing, particularly with forms like this. You really want to, we can use contouring to help define our form a little bit more, and it can also help 3D modelers and other people kind of get a better idea of the shape that something is. Because sometimes, even though if you draw something in perspective, it may not come out looking like the way that you want it to, because perspective can sometimes be a little bit misleading. So little bits of contouring like this can kind of help. Or part lines, I guess, if you're doing something more like machine-like, they can really help a whoever's down the line. It can really help them get a better feel, or even your art director, if you're working, it can help them get a better feel of the design that or the form that you're trying to get. Sort of crab maul over here. So on this side, we're going to go for something that's a little bit pointier. A bit slimmer as well. Now thinking about perspective, this is going to come out there. Now I'm going to flip it around. Normally actually no, I'm going to pull this back a little bit more so that this claw can appear longer. One of the features of Roman legionaries is the gladius, that short sword they have, and it is a short sword, so we don't want a giant sort of polearm size claw representing that. We want something that's still relatively short, but we do need it to be kind of pointy. We have a lot of the details from the other side already, so and this is why on this side of our design we can be a little bit softer. We can ease back on some of the detailing because we already have it on this dominant side. The cool thing is, because we kept everything on on a different section, for this part here I really could just copy it and kind of bring it into this this design. Of course I need to erase out certain sections because they kind of overlap with a couple of elements we have already. If we erase too much, not a big deal. I'm not going to use all of what I brought over, but I just want to make sure that I capture the some of that energy from that initial line work. Make sure that this bottom section gets a little bit more line weight to show that there's a bit of weight getting placed there. It's a little bit more in the shadows. Let's do it for this side as well. Using those heavy shadows that we did before with our other characters, does help define out certain forms. Thinking about what's in the light, or what's in the darkness. Going to darken this part here because it's kind of hidden behind these tendrils. Again, a lot of this is just to make sure that we get the right parts standing out and the right parts pushing back. And where possible, avoiding bad tangents. I'll block this on the back because we just want to make sure that the shape looks really good. Because if this idea gets approved, we'll have to go in and we're going to have to start to figure out, front, side, and top views and all that sort of stuff. But we're just trying to capture right now the overall design aesthetic. What, this faction, this creature, what they could potentially look like. Block out the eyes, and then I'm going to go in and kind of pick up that sort of highlight off them. Thicken the line weight on this side so that this pops a little bit more, so that we know that the claw or the shield claw is actually in front of other things. This as well. Really want to get a distinction between the left and right side. Let's go turn that off so that we can work on something a little easier to see. Just around the top edge over here, this leading edge. Just going to thicken things out a little bit more so that we can delineate what is part of the object and what isn't a little better. Alright, so here is our crab legionary. Let's go ahead and clean up this around it. And let's tag that green, move it up. And let's go ahead and duplicate all of these, because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start to space them out. There's my crab legionary, we'll leave him about there. I'm going to take my pug, there's a section down there I want to get rid of. I'm going to take my pug and I'm going to shrink my pug down a little bit, fit there. Let's move the rabbit. And let's also flip the rabbit on this side and keep the rabbit kind of pretty big. And the pug, we'll make the pug kind of sit. Actually, let's take the pug and let's place the pug over here. We don't want to cram the page. I'm now thinking about sort of presentation. Actually, let's put the crab over here. And I'll take the pug, move the pug there. Maybe let's flip the pug around. There's something with the pug I'm not quite happy with, and I think I've identified, I think it's this foot. Just need to tweak it, rotate it a little bit. There we go, over the pug. Let's tilt him like so. Let's make him a little bit smaller. So I'm spending quite a bit of time kind of figuring out like what is going to make a good presentation, because we do want things at the end of the day to look nice. We don't just want to throw things onto a page willy-nilly. We want things to look pretty cool. Of course, how could I forget? We want to ground our creations. So we literally want to put the ground beneath them. Alright, let's go ahead and collapse this. And I'm just going to tidy up a little bit of it. I still want some of these little artifacts around, Makes it a little bit messier, but it adds a nice little charm to it. Now, everything is in red, and not really an ideal color. One I like using, but it's not an ideal color for display. So I've created a new layer here, and I'm just going to bucket this layer as kind of not quite a true black, but kind of somewhere like a warm value here. And I'm going to hit Control-Alt-G, and what that's going to do is it's going to link this layer down to whatever's down below. And I still think this is a little bit too dark, so I'm going to lighten it a little bit more, maybe a touch more. I think that's a little bit too light, so I think something here is quite nice. So what's going to happen is if I move this around, you'll see that that color is going to follow it. Right, actually, this is a better example. I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to do sort of this. So if I unlink this layer, you'll see that this is the pattern that I've drawn. And so let's go link it again, and you'll notice that as I move these characters around, right, if I hide the marching ants, I move them around, you'll see how it only picks up right on top of where I've drawn, but that pattern that I drew earlier stays where it is. So let's kind of go back, and let's actually not have that in there anymore. So that looks overall to be a pretty nice sort of design in terms of our layout. Last thing I'm going to do is, let's create a new layer, and this time though, set to multiply, doesn't really have to be multiplied, but I'm going to hit it with black. I'm going to drop the opacity down, and I'm just going to add a little bit of an overall sort of global shadow to these characters. It's different from the shadow that we had before. It's kind of more of a drop shadow. And the reason why I'm doing this is it's going to help give a little bit of weight to some of these to our characters. Right, shadows have a wonderful ability to kind of ground things down, because everything in life, everything that's real has a shadow. Right? You can't have things without shadows. So it's a really good way of making things feel a little bit more grounded very, very quickly. Of course, we have our darker shadows already, right, but what we're doing now is just adding a little bit more. Because if we did some of these shadows with kind of a pure value, it's going to be really, really dark, and we just end up hiding most of our design. So we have the shadows I used before, which is really just to help us understand the form a little bit more, and then we have the shadows that I'm using now, and my purpose of using them at this point is to help ground the object down, so that we know that this is a real mass, or this thing has mass, and that it's going to block light. Of course, that means having shadows on the ground. So most of the shadows I've got is really just coming down in terms of the light is coming in this direction, just to unify all of these guys. We're just going to keep that more or less the same. Now there's bits, obviously, because we're using a lighter value, that it's going to darken the some of the values that we have underneath it. So I'll get to that in a moment. But for now, I'm just going to kind of plot this in. I don't know why, if you guys have seen this, but you know, every once in a while when I'm drawing this, that Windows thinking ball circle thing kind of comes up. No, it's kind of annoying with the auto updates. It didn't show up as much in the past. I wish there was a way to be able to turn that off. So I read online that maybe you can, but it just, you have to, every time it updates or every so often it's going to revert back to the original setting. You got to do it all over again, which seems just really annoying. And I don't really have the time or the inclination to really want to deal with that. Right, so these shadows can also be used as in a very crude way to help show overhang. For example, this particular complex form for our crab, or this sort of shoulder or elbow armor that we have for our pug. Okay, so we can potentially make this a lot darker, or we can make it a lot lighter. I think making it lighter is probably the better way to go. And that's going to allow us to then make our value here, I believe, a little bit lighter. Oh, it's a little bit too light. Kind of halfway. I think this, let's go a smidge darker. I think that probably just ended up where I was before. But we have these issue. We have an issue now where, for example, you can see how some of the shadows are darkening certain areas. We don't really want that. So if I hold control and move over to where the original pixels were on this, I can just hit delete and it's going to get rid of any of the overlap. So these shadows stay where they are, right? So if I were to turn this off, we actually have the original shadows in sort of where they don't have contact with the original layer. Give these a little bit of a border. So that's a bit of a warm color, so I'm going to switch to a cooler value. Now, what does this do when I'm creating this boundary? This bounding box, you don't really want to do it for no reason. I'm doing this specifically, well, you would do this specifically to group characters or group things together. So in this case, I want to show that these characters were done as part of a set. So I want to group them together. Otherwise, they're from very different cultures, very different looks. So when I create this line, the other thing I want to worry about is I don't want to create bad tangents. So one example is this, right, would be a bad tangent. Now, why would this be a bad tangent? This part here is perfect. It almost cuts at 90 degrees to this part, so it doesn't lose itself. But you can see how as the line comes down here, and for we to erase where it goes over the object, it cuts very close to both the edge of the shield and the edge of the leg down here. And so it starts to confuse how we might read the line. So when we're creating these boundary boxes, we want to ensure that we don't create any bad tangents. So here, we know that as it comes down here, it's not going to be too much of a problem. And if I cut across, I definitely don't want to cut across up here. I want to make sure that I cut through this section. Right, so I get quite a bit of a 9-degree sort of cut there and there, but you can see how the top of the rabbit's head is starting to interfere with it. So maybe I cut it a little bit lower, but it's now coming across the eye, so that's no good. So why don't we cut it along the ears like this, and so that gets us a much nicer separation. Or alternatively, through here can work as well. Our crab is not so much of a worry because it's mostly flat on this side, so we can bring it down there. And of course, finally we have, you know, this bottom section here, which we could cut through potentially there, right, to group them together, or we can cut them a little bit lower. Now, since most of these are cutting through our characters twice, top and bottom, let's ensure that we do that for our pug as well, rather than leave the pug kind of floating in midair. So let's find a point where that potential crossing would work quite well. So the one I did before, it cut through there, so that creates a bad tangent. So let's try and find one where we get, there we go, that's perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and clean that up. And let's erase out where it does intersect through with our character. And like I said, the reason why we do this is to be able to group things together. So if I had on this one page 3 other Viking rabbits, or 3 other Viking characters, I'd want to group them together, and then I'd want to group the knights together, and then the legionaries together, and so on. Right. This is a little bit dark, so I'm just going to lighten this a little bit so it's not as intrusive, or I could make it a lot darker. In fact, one thing I could do is I could keep it like this, and I could actually go in and I can bucket fill this. So we'll bucket fill this with a black value, and I can drop my opacity over here, and we can actually go in and erase out the parts where our characters are. And that backing board, so to speak, is going to help create a contrasting value that's going to help our characters or our designs pop a little bit more, because otherwise it's kind of white on white before, or light value on light value, and so there's not a lot of contrast there when you're dealing with sort of light values on light values or dark values on dark values. What you want is contrast. Our eyes work on contrast. So in order to make things kind of pop a little bit more, you want as much of that contrast as possible. So I'm just going to go in and erase out the parts that have nothing to do with, or that cross over to the body. And this can be a little bit tedious, so again, I can do the same thing as the shadows before. I can hit delete. It's going to get rid of most of it, and all I have to do is just worry about, the parts that have no values in them. Now, this is a very tedious part of finishing, but it's a really important part. We want to take pride in our work, and we want to make sure that we do a good job, right, in terms of presenting our work. You can have the coolest idea, you can have the the best painting or drawing that you've done or that anybody has ever seen on the planet, but if you present it as if it's a piece of crap, then people are going to view it as a piece of crap. So we want to take the time and the effort to go in and actually think about and curate our designs. Let's make the shadow a little bit, I think this is all right. I might drop this a little bit more. Let's bring up the shadow so it's a little bit darker. And we drop this down a little bit more. Does that work? Not as much. Slowly bring it up. It's a lot of tweaking at this point. I always want to be ready to adjust for something. So I think right now this is looking pretty good. So here we go, guys. These are our final finished characters. Now let's go ahead and label these. It's pretty important to label things. We want to make sure that people know what we're actually designing here. So I'm just going to drag down a ruler, make sure I'm not on snap. And so here we go. Make this a little bit larger. It's still giving me a weird pixelated thing. Let's zoom in a little bit more. I think it was because of the level of zoom. Viking rabbit, and since we're down here, we might as well write the rest. Okay, so let's make this text a little bit smaller. We don't really need it that large. And then we kind of just put these next to our characters. Alright, in fact, I could have it over here. Let's move this one up there so they're outside of the bounding box. Let's have one over here. And so that's, again, thinking about ease of communication and consistency. All right, 1, 2, 3. Let's do one final thing, and let's actually type down what this is. So we are dealing with anthropomorphic. Let's see if I spelled that right. Anthropomorphic, yep. There we go. Anthropomorphic animal characters. Let's center that. Now, I've mentioned this before in my other videos, but one of the things is that when you have a lot of these drawings and you suddenly have text, it can be very, very jarring. So what I often do is I type out the text and I simply go in and I actually just trace it. So this way my text stays pretty clean, but it's not as sharp and as crisp as something that's typed out. And I can kind of edit it a little bit more. I can stretch it out, something a little bit closer to my handwriting. I can move this down a little bit. And it just creates a overall nicer presentation. I can grab the rest. I kind of shift the rest around. Let's say if I do want to make this a little bit larger, I could potentially make it a little bit larger to fit a little nicer as well. Or I could also just grab it and shrink it down. So organizing stuff on your page and so on is quite useful. Right, let's take that. We can put this right in the middle. We do have some gaps here, so generally if I have a gap, I'll fill it in with some quick sketches. So in this case, we do actually have some quick sketches, which is we have our original, where'd they go? The original base drawings that we have. So I think, where's our rabbit? There's the rabbit. So again, let's duplicate it so we don't lose it. We can flip this around. We can shrink it. We can set it there. Let's erase this. Just going to duplicate it because it's a little bit small. It's a little hard to see. Let's set all it there. We have our crab. Again, let's go ahead and duplicate it. And we can put the crab up here. And of course we have the pug. Where's the pug? Pug is over here. So we can settle the pug over here to take up this space. And let's collapse that. Let's move these guys all the way up here again. Unlink this because it's not gonna, these won't merge if things are still linked. And then obviously link them back in. And let's start to, again, rearrange this. Let's move this down here so that if I have my rabbit over here, it makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to make my crab person, my crab legionary, kind of sit up here. And my pug, I really don't want to sit inside this, but I don't think I have much of a choice. I don't think I can move down here because then I get this empty space there. So I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and put him there and go into this. And select out the pug. And then hit delete to kind of make a little bit space for itself. And since we're on the issue of creating these borders, we can go ahead and we can create these miniature borders for our, let's say for the creatures, to link the thumbnails over to our actual drawn characters. Let's erase this. Didn't erase it before. There we go. That's not a good one. We got a bad tangent there. Let's cut it through here. Finally with our crab. Now we have the crab legionary text over here and that actually gets in the way of things, so let's go ahead and find where that text layer is and let's actually select it and let's actually move it down over here, so it allows us to move our crab sketch a little bit over here. We can go back into our borders. Now, this is a little bit too dark, so I'm just going to cut this and drop the opacity so it's a little easier to see. Well, not as it's a little harder to see actually. I don't want them to be too prominent. And all right, I believe that's it. So guys, here we have our three characters, our three anthropomorphic characters. So we have our Viking rabbit, we have our night pug, and then we have our crab legionary. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you guys found it interesting seeing the way that I work, how I walk through, or how I go through my thinking process in my designs. and the approach that I take. And thank you very much, guys, and hope you found this both enjoyable and very useful for your own personal studies.